Good afternoon everyone, welcome here for the celebrational event here on Assetto Corsa, for once, not in Assetto Corsa competizione, which means that, I will be completely honest, things may not work out completely perfectly, but anyway, I'll do my best to provide you a wonderful stream here at the Nordschleife. I'm Chris Romano and I'll be your voice for the next 2 hours, more or less 2 hours, in the first of the 3 events that will be held here in LFM. The first one here, it will be the Nordschleife event on Assetto Corsa, then it's going to be the ACC Spa event, as you can see from here. Let me check. Here you are. So as you can see, the Nordschleife, 10 laps at the Nordschleife in about 5, not even 2 minutes time. The lobby will be open. Are you Swedish Danish? No, I'm actually Italian. Okay, now I'm curious, what gave you Swedish vibes? Now I'm really curious. No, I'm full Italian. Someone said, no, don't be sorry. It's fun because at times they tell me I'm Dutch, or someone even told me that I was Spanish. Swedish is the first time I've been told I sound Swedish. So anyway, next one is going to be Spa. Triple class, 80 minutes at 20 Central Europe time. And then tomorrow, oh, I just heard myself. And then tomorrow it's going to be Automobilista 2, always a Spa, but with the GTE, the retired class that comes from the Endurance Championships for 36 laps at 20 European time, which is 18 UTC. So, in short time, let me check. In short time, the server will open, and then it's going to be 20 minutes in the qualifying session and another 10 laps in the race. Welcome to all of you. Welcome to Rickety Cricket, to Deadler, and to DJ Sands. Welcome here in the stream, and I hope you will have a wonderful time. Apart from these 3 races, the season is about to end. Oh, this one. Okay, better. The season is about to end. This is the schedule for the next week. This is a full schedule, but only the final row is important. We'll also be streaming the race in Spa. No, I won't. It's going to be the duo of both John and Olaf that will do the commentary on that. On the 12th week, we've got the Nordschleife again, but in the Pro Series, in the KSK.D Pro Series, there is going to be the sprint round, and then in the Endurance, it's going to be the Nürburgring 6 hours event, and all the seasons, all the races this season will then end in the next week. That ends on the 28th of September, with, as I said, the Nürburgring 6 hours, and then the one-offs, because there are more races. There is going to be, let me just check, because I have just enough time. The one-off in ACC, there are actually 2 events. The Land of the Rising Sun special event, in which you will use 3 Japanese manufacturers in Suzuka, and Home of British Motor Racing special in Silverstone, where you will choose between McLaren, Aston and Bentley in a 60-minute race in 6 days time. And then the 20th season will then start. I will try to give you guys a bit of racing action. I will look forward to your racecraft. And if you crash while I'm looking at you, it's not my fault. It's not the commentator's course. Don't give me fault on that. It probably will be the commentator's course anyway. Now the server should be open. Where are you? I can't find my event. Where is it? So the special event disappeared. That's just give me a second. Ah, here you are. Just disappeared for a single moment. And join server. Please you have to work. Okay, it's working. Yes, fantastic stuff. So, I'll be honest. Since the first time I'm streaming ACE, I did my tests. So the live obviously is not on yet, mainly because the. No, I'm already in the server. I'm just setting everything up. The only issue is that I couldn't find the server. I'm not really sure why. The PC will suffer. I am aware of that. I hope things will go smoothly. Otherwise, I will just jump out for a brief second to lower the graphics. if you see some stuttering, just let me know. But yeah, I love everything. Okay, hear noises. Okay, so I'm inside the lobby. Just give me a couple of seconds so that everything gets on. Just need to... Aha, here you are. Okay. And also, probably the configuration has to be put in a better manner. So I need to change a thing. Where is the configuration? Here you are. Yeah, I can see that my PC is struggling a bit, unfortunately, which is not fantastic. Let me just... I need this one. Just need to take out the sectors. Okay, way better. The only thing is that there are some issues because there are too many cars. Because at the moment it's off. Okay, so this one is off. This one is off. Yeah, definitely the lobby is struggling. I'm seeing things at 40 FPS. So let me just lower the graphics. Unfortunately, I knew this would have happened. I just hoped it was enough. It's not going to take me much time. Again, I really apologize, but it's the Nordschleife. So I was a bit prepared for things to go wrong due to the fact that it's a lot to keep on. Got some shader patch. So probably I have to. Yeah, okay, everything. Toggle fix misplaced spawn point. Where is it? I don't really like the fact that things broke just now. I did a lot of tests and things were working, but never on the Nordschleife. Or rather, I did on the Nordschleife, not with all these cars. So let me just search for fix. So there is a thing that is breaking things up. I will just go on to lower the graphics at this point. Hopefully it resolves the issues. And I have a beefy PC. I have a 6800. So let me go on Assetto Corsa, video. Maybe everything on high is too much. We put things on medium. Okay. A bit of things are lower in the graphics section, but it should be better because it simply can work this way. Again, really sorry that I had to do this now. Again, I didn't try with 80 cards. But it should work. CPU bottleneck. No, probably not, because the CPU can wasn't at 100% and everything is on the SSD. Otherwise it's going to be just on 40 FPS at that point. Okay, I can see physics experiments. So there is another mistake. Now there is another error. So physics experiment, what is that? Let me go again. There's a bunch of settings. Yeah, I'm noticing that there is a lot that I have to look at. Physics experiments. Fix mixing. Misplaced. Oh, okay. So now it should work. So there was another error that. No, everything is off in my PC. I literally don't have anything apart from OBS and well, Assetto Corsa. I should be in. In any case, I noticed that nobody still started the lap yet. Please, can you work? Why now? I did all the tests possible. There was no issue. Okay, it works. Woo! I did it. I did a thing. Let me just go in F2 mode. And everything is off. Okay, it's going to be not on 60 FPS. I'm sorry for that. But I'm finally able to go here. Just let me Assetto Corsa. That's OBS. This content manager. Why isn't it working? Every time there has to be something that doesn't work. Okay, never mind. Let's go like this. Okay, so it should be working. Although you saw a lot of my background. So let me know if you can hear the audio too, which I'm not sure about it. Theoretically you should. Also let me know if the audio is okay, if everything is okay, if you can hear me, because I have very little control over it. To be completely honest, I'm a bit panicking, but until then I'm trying my best. I also put the minimap there. But let me just quickly do something to be safe. I'm not sure why it's picking up OBS. I probably also have to put the audio output here. So yeah, now the audio is also going. Again, apologies that things aren't really going as they should. Yeah, no, now it's correct because I actually took away the capture. Because it obviously is not noticing as the person is on. It's really, really painful at the moment. Because until yesterday everything was working. Still loud, probably. So obviously it's not really... probably it's the CPU really bottlenecking with all these cars. So the audio should be correct now, but I can see that OBS is not really doing anything. So maybe move these. At this point, just let me display capture. At this point, it's easier. Or rather, game capture. Even better. Okay, I did it. I just had to take away the screen and put it back on. It's just OBS, it was funny. Again, really sorry. Every single possible thing that could have gone wrong went wrong. At the first try, exactly. Again, we are finally in. Anyway, 5 minutes yet to go into the qualifying. It was a mess of a start. I can't say otherwise. But now into the qualifying session. Although currently still in second, but obviously no lap has been put on the German racetrack. Still a long way to go for many of the drivers. Tend to notice if somebody is closer to the finish line. We can go with Marvin Besler, for example, who is at the moment in 11th place. In a marvelous Aston Martin. As you can see here, it's the Evo version of the Aston Martin, so the one that has a bigger front grille, a different section in the rear bumper, and also different lights. The aerodynamic should be the same, if I remember correctly. That's the car that is used currently in both IMSA, WEC, and effectively every single championship that uses GT3s. Again, as I said earlier, it's 10 laps for these drivers in the Nordschleife. And this is one of the most difficult racetracks in the world. Very long. About as famous as it gets, also thanks to the 24-hour of the Nordschleife, which next year will be held in June. The Nordschleife itself is a different racetrack than the whole track that is going to be used this time around, which is the GP and the Nordschleife together. The full layout is, if I remember correctly, it's about 25 kilometers long. Exactly, 25.3 kilometers long, 170 turns. Let's see if OBS is working. The answer is yes, for once it is. Let me just do something. So you can maybe hear better. I just did a thing. Not that too much. Okay, that should be enough. So now the first laps are getting in. There is a 0.0 from Charcot, Merrick with a 0.5.9, Basler 811.6. In terms of lap times, we are expecting very quick times. Charcot at the moment in the Audi. Here the Italian driver, which just started the second lap, with 0.0, 5 seconds in front of Merrick. Bar now, third place for Massi Bar. I think everyone is with the Italian flag, to be fair. Probably the flag is not working, so don't look at that. 09.0 for Bar, the number 5. The livery is the Samantha Tan Racing, which was used at the 24-hour Spa last year, or 2 years ago, I can't remember the exact year. France now on the line, 8.14.3. Azarruda just crossed the line. Romulo Arruda here. Actually, no, that flag is working. Okay, fantastic. Romulo Arruda here in the Audi. Third place at the moment, 07.0. Valenzuela now. The Aston, this station, it doesn't go for another lap. Pablo Valenzuela, the Spaniard, 2.8 behind Bar, as Abdallah also. I don't know if you didn't say this. Oh, okay. Okay. Good to know. Thank you. So the Italian flag is actually the default one. Yeah, it makes sense considering Assetto Corsa is Italian. Duarte only 34.1, so probably a bad lap for the Audi driver here last, but he still has another chance, which the Aston of Valenzuela doesn't have. He will remain in the pits and he will not improve. 10.9 with Bezel that still is on track. Kauf just arrived at the line with a 840, and he also will not go for another lap, so fuel only for the 25 kilometers. Same goes for Marino now at the line. Even for him, probably that's the lap done for Guglielmo Marino. No, he actually goes on for another lap. There is a car that actually stopped, which I couldn't see. I think it was a BMW. Maybe it was Jimenez. Oh, it was Jimenez. Iago Jimenez, Spanish driver in the Nissan GTR 12 with an 841. Charcot still driving. 0.0, the lap to match for all the drivers at the moment. Don't look at the safety car on the leaderboard. That's actually me. I can't take it out from the standing, so it will remain there. Andrea Giannoni in the number 12, 14th place at the moment. 3 times behind Duarte, but also 34 behind the Charcot. Could also be only the first lap that it's like this. Let me just do something. No, it's not clean, but let me just see if I can. Not really, doesn't help. Okay, so you can have all the gaps. This is pretty helpful. Not one thing I wanted to do, but it actually helps to understand the gaps. So as you can see, 5 seconds between Merrick and Charcot, then a second between Arruda and Merrick. There is a very little time between Abdallah, who is on the pits, so he will not go for an improvement, and Basler, who actually is on a valid lap time. Last time around it was an 811.6 for Marvin Basler, the German driver in the Aston Martin, with the green, white and yellow livery. Still at the midway point, as you can see, the red arrow on the minimap. So no, it's the GT7 map. I know, I perfectly know it, but I just use the GT package in my HUD usually, and it was just helpful to have the minimap there, so I just kept it like this. Using GT also CPU. Does it? I didn't know it's. Well, actually, half of, 3/4 of it doesn't really exist. But actually, my CPU is at 33%, to be fair, and the GPU is at very low percentage. Now onto the carousel. Oh, that was a bit of a mistake there for Beitler. Probably that doesn't matter for AC. Ah, okay. Good to know. Okay. Yeah, I didn't use much AC actually. Oh, that's a mistake, huge mistake there for Beitler. Into the wall he goes, and that's the lap done. He will be at best in 6th place. He just went wide on one of the most difficult points of the circuit. Into, I think that should be Hoyakt. Should be Hoyakt into Hedwigtol. So his lap will not improve, that's for certain. Let's go with, oh, that's also Merrick that goes into the grass. Out of bounds for the Porsche driver. Daruda here, the Brazilian driver, the number 1, but it doesn't really matter on the standings. As David Rancagno is out of the server. But as you can see, only 24 cars managed to at least set a lap time. Now 26. There's a single, as you can see here, a single Chevy in the top 25, actually in the top 30, which is in 24th place at the moment, 25th now. As Aruda goes into the jump. That's one of the most famous places at the Nürburgring, at Fans Garden, which unfortunately has been flattened out a tiny bit, so it's not as steep as it used to be. Charcot actually improved the lap time. Jacob Charcot here with a 7:57.9, as Merrick improved with a 0:3.3. That's going to be still 5 seconds off the pole lap. As Aruda is now on the Dotige. It's very long straight, more than 2 kilometers long. This is where the tourist start is placed, as you can see there on your left. There is the tourist entrance. Now into the very final corners. That's the final part of Tiergarten. And over the finish line for Romulo Aruda will be an improvement for him as the car goes over the line. That's 2nd place. Aruda in 2nd place, 1-2 Audi at the moment, still 4.2 seconds off of Charcot. So with Merrick in 3rd, with Villa in 4th, Barr in 5th place, Matthias Franz in 6th, with Valenzuela in 7th, Beisler in 8th place, with Dylan Valeru in 9th, Abdallah in 10th. I'm trying to search as the Mustang goes over the line. That was Bellamore. Alex Bellamore here in the Ford Mustang, 10th place with an 811.7. Let me see if there are still other cars. As you can see, all these cars at the moment, 53 at the moment, but many of which still in the pits that never set a lap time. Shukarov at the moment, Shurakov, last of the cars that at least completed a single valid lap time, but as also you can see there are 6 cars that still have to complete the lap time. Shurakov at the moment is 31st, taking a bit of slipstream from the car in front. That's the Aston Martin. This should be... Oh, that's never mind, as it goes nearly wide, nearly into the wall. For Shurakov, that goes over the line. Will be an improvement from 31st place. Skauf improved the Shurakov, 21st, Kauf 27th place. That was the Aston Martin in front. And qualifying is now over. Because they now will set themselves on the grid. Just let me, just to be safe, just let me go here because I already understand that the saved settings didn't. Now it should work. I hope it does. I just need to take out this one. Okay, take it out. Still on. Follow the gaps. Not sure what's still on. We'll check later. Voila. Now, in a short time, we will start in our special event, in the first of the 3 special events, waiting for the cars to put themselves on the grid. So we are waiting for the next 70 seconds and then 10 laps into the Nordschleife with plenty of things to look at. Just let me check everything if it's on, which it should. Okay, yes, as you can see, everything is on. Fantastic stuff. Also, you will see the safety car now up there. That's only to mention that they are going in formation lap. Oh, there is a car still in the pits with 30 seconds to go. Not sure which one it is. Oh, that's now formation lap that will start. And there is still a car in the pits. Not sure which one it is. Is the two columns that will get on the main start finish. So you can see the gaps that are now getting put. I think not really sure which one is there, but it's probably a setting that I didn't put correctly. In any case, now we are getting onto the start of these 10 laps in the first of the 3 special events. And all the cars on track at the moment. There's a good amount of them, 55 cars. We start this race and it's green light, and we get a drive-through for Cedric Leraud for a jump start. So already a drive-through, a couple of cars remained into the pits, and now into turn 1 I can see everything pretty smooth, although there is a Mercedes there on the red layout. I think that should be, yeah, that should be actually Belleru in the Mercedes. as all the cars are getting on the line. Drive through there, another for jump start. That's Ricard Chilida, the number 38. So another drive through. That's the Aston Martin in 22nd place. As I just noticed that my standings stopped working. So that's very useful. So probably they have to update. Oh, okay, here it is. They are updating now into the sector line. Charcot first, Arruda in second, Merrick in third with Villabar, Langhauser, Valenzuela and France following. That's the Mercedes I was mentioning early on. With a couple of cars that didn't take the flag. So we go into the chicane. And Charcot still leading in front of Arruda. And Merrick following behind. Villa now in the Beamer. Bar following just behind. Okay, now the TV camera is working again. So it was just a glitch there. So very close between the two Beamers, with Villa and Bar following one another. Langhauser just behind. And Valenzuela in 11th. But still there are 4 cars less, so it's actually in 8th place. Pretty usual Nordschleife action there, not a lot of incidents, although there is a possible overtake there between Fernandez and Bettler. With Bettler on the inside he goes. Can he make the move? No, he can't do it in a very, very difficult place that was into Flugplatz. And now, by doing that, he is risking his own place, and the car behind is Leraud in 21st place at the moment. And actually 4 less, so he's actually 17th place. So we go back on the lead. Charcot is still leading, and by already a massive margin. Arruda follows in second with Merrick in third, 4th for Villa, Bar in 5th, Langhauser in 6th place, Valenzuela in 7th, France in 8th place with Steiner and Bellerow completing your top 10 at the moment. It's a good fight there between Bellemour and Langhauser. So can Langhauser keep his 11th place at the moment? As Shurakov just made the overtake on Yell. As Jimenez lost a chunk of places here in the Nismo livery. 23rd place. And also there is an overtake there. It's Olivares and Candiotti going for the move. Olivares. And now he's behind the Nissan in position number 24. Also, there is also now we're going slow. That's Poye. Poye in 20th place. Now also a lot of distance between himself and Shurakov. Now in 19th place. Now he just gains some time on Yell, who follows behind. It's actually Andrea Giannoni that goes for the move on the grass, a tiny bit. Still on the grass, but still completes the overtake, and that's Giannoni in the 21st place. Yell loses another one, that's 22nd. That's a wonderful camera, I'll be honest. The Aston in the D station livery is now following Poye. We go back into the lead. So Charcot is leading comfortably in front of Arruda and Merrick. That's a podium position for you. Villa is quite a few seconds behind. Bar also in 8th with Lancaster in 9th. Lancaster in 6th with Valenzuela in 7th. Then France following in 8th place. Pretty standard at the moment. And check if there are any battles ongoing. So you can see the Aston is still there. That's the Aston Martin in 16th place, trying to go in front of Fernandez with a Rexy livery. Slightly on the grass there for Beisler. Still there, trying to get very wobbly into the final curves before getting into the Duty Hoe that was into strong Google. It's Van Skarten second. Now into the second carousel. This one is a bit, never mind what I said, because I was saying that a slightly bit easier than the first one, but actually Bessler was sideways in that point, as Charcot is getting now finally in first place even in the leaderboard. Arruda follows and Merrick in third, and Pinson now goes in front of Lerud at the Dottigehu. Fernandez here trying to defend with Bessler now in front of him. Can he make the move? Even on Stopka. Stopka here in 14th place. As you can see, the Aston follows. Alongside there is the Porsche. Slightly beat on the grass for the Porsche. And that was Fernandez that lost the place on Bessler. Stopka probably the next objective for the Aston driver. As Poyer also follows Pinson. Allowed into the pits for the drive-thru because of a jump start. But back into the battle for position in 11th place. So you can see the route, the drive-thru taken. That was for a jump start at the very beginning of the race. And guys, now 23 seconds behind Charcot. And probably losing some more time now. Bellemur is very close to the Beamer in 11th. The BMW driver is struggling a tiny bit here. Oh, also going a bit wide into the Schumacher S. And just behind, also you can see, Bessler overtook Stopka. So Uncovery. Now the next objective for the car in 14th place. Martin Bessler being a bit of a protagonist here in today's race. He has been climbing positions since the very start of the race. He has been battling with everyone and everything that he encountered. And now the Mercedes of Uncovery in 14th place, a bit slow out of the right hander. And then into the final chicane. That's another position taken from Bessler, now in 13th place. Stopka is just behind. Always Stopka, the Polish driver, in 15th place. But that's the Mercedes actually going a bit slow after Hassenbach. As another battle goes on. As you can see here, there is the BMW. Oh, there is a contact there, and Matteo Pugliatti. Contact with the Nissan driver. That's Jimenez that loses the position on Olivares 2. Matteo Pugliatti, 25th at the moment. Liraud is just in front of him. Remember, Liraud just went through the pits because of the penalty. That's a Nissan. You can see the Nissan heavily damaged on the rear end of the race car. Jaco Jimenez and the Ferrari of Surya battling for 27th place. Now back in 12th, because it's very close here between Langhauser and Bellomore. And also Bessler, even Bessler, trying to get into the action. Oh, there is a car into the wall, and that is... oh, that's a Mercedes. That's Bellaro. Bellaro into the wall. Just into 104th. That's a car into the wall, so a lot that will be lost there, as there is also the battle between Langhauser and Bellomore. Slightly bit into the grass again, this time into Metzfeld. Kilometer number 8 into the Nordschleife. And Langhauser has to defend his own position, whilst Bessler behind is getting aggressive. Oh, that was Belleron again, very wide into the grass, and actually sideways for a moment. He's battling now with Hankauri for 13th place, the Frenchman. Oh, there is an Audi off. That was Stopka into the grass, now again sideways, as he survived the right-hander. He's now in 16th place. Now back in 6th, because look at this, Langhauser and Valenzuela. Very close battle for 6th at the moment. It's very difficult to understand the situation in the times, considering the last lap was the very first lap, so it doesn't really count in the datas. The number 10 theoretically in the LFM website, which is actually the number 9 on delivery. Now goes into the second carousel. Brakes glowing. It's a very nice view into the most technical part of the racetrack. So a tiny bit behind, there is still a battle here for effectively for 13th place, as Bellero is now sitting in the middle of the racetrack, falling behind Nakuri. Oh, never mind, Poya goes into the inside and he gets the position done, and the Audi driver is now in 14th place, 40 seconds behind the leader, but still in front of Hankouri. That's another position. Then also behind, Pugliatti managed to defend his own place against Olivares and Candioti, who is now in 25th place. As Basler is extremely close to Bellamore. So Bessler, can he make it in front of the Mustang driver? That's Bellamore in 10th place. It's also in front, as you could see, Barr and Langhauser battling for 5th. Langhauser now in 5th place, Barr in 6th, Valenzuela in 7th. Pretty much behind. Also another couple of overtakes. This time it was Poye getting in front of Balleru. 13th place at the moment for Maurice Poye in the Audi. But also defending, because Balleru is not over with it. So that's the last lap. The first one, I thought the first one would have showed up. Actually, just the second one arrived. To understand who is quick and who isn't. Into the last lap, Poye 8:10, Balleru 8:21. Difference of 11 seconds, although Balleru had a mistake in the making. Bellamore, on the other hand, lost about 2 seconds on Bessler, and Bessler also had to go through a couple of cars, so probably the Aston driver will have a very good time trying to go for other passes. Perkos 7:58, you can see the difference with Arruda. Drive-through taken for Shurakov after gaining one for a jump start. Then 803.8 for Arruda, 803.5 for Merrick, 807.5 for Villa, Langhauser 09.4, 11.7. Valenzuela without a valid lap time. So you can clearly see the outliers here. There's an overtake, that's Pugliatti losing the position on Yelda? Oh, no, maybe it was. Oh, no, okay, it was actually Surya. It was a Ferrari making an overtake. It was Surya on Candioti, and that was for 22nd place. Already 77 seconds behind the leader. A long way to go for this driver. Charcot at the moment, admirable progress for him. Already 12 seconds on Arruda, who follows behind. Then there is another second, not even 7 times actually, between Merrick and Formula 11 Belleru. Managed to get in front of Langhauser. That was for 13th place, and Langhauser now in 14th. And Kubrick could be able to snatch 14th place out of Langhauser's hands. At the moment, the Mercedes sandwich here is in 13th place. As the battle in 11th still goes on, at this point Bessler managed to get in front of the Mustang driver. This probably puts... well, there was a drive-through there. Didn't pick up who that was. I was looking at the gaps. Now the Audi driver is very close to Poye. Bellamore at the moment is in struggle. Poye, the German driver, could be able to take 11th place, which could become 10th by the end of the race, if things go smoothly. Now, just to be safe, let me see if I can do this. Apparently. Oh, and Aston is off! And that was Aston off, it was Butler. 13th, 14th, 15th place. And now he cannot get going. Now into the grass, trying to get back on the throttle, but he lost a lot of time there, and Butler now in 15th place. He was one of the cars to watch. Marvin Butler. And now 16th place for the Aston driver. Terrible situation for a car that also into the wall. Things are not going any better for him. Pinson 16th now. After nearly the overtake on Butler in trouble. They're getting wide and spinning. As also speaking of overtake, there's the battle here for position number 15 as Pinson on the outside he goes, and that is the position gained for Pinson, the Colombian. Oh, that's out into the grass. Can he maintain somehow the car in one piece? Yes, he does. Yes, he does, and he remains in 16th, as also Casero gained 18th place. And also the Aston now into the grass again. Oh, spinning, and that's also Butler into the wall. And that's probably the race over for Butler. He really tried at best of his capabilities to go as quickly as possible. But that's Butler that went into the wall, and he loses another couple of places, maybe even 3 of them. Yell could gain a spot into the top 20. Into the carousel they go with an Aston that is struggling. Oh, that was Pugliatti. Pugliatti just lost the place. Pugliatti just lost the place on Butler, who now gained the position. That was the BMW going a bit wide into the carousel. He tries again. Oh, contact between the two cars. Contact there. Another contact. And both cars are off. And again, that's Butler again into the wall. Marvin Butler having a terrible race now. It's very unfortunate. He was definitely one of the cars to watch. And now he is struggling a lot. He was 11th at the very beginning of the lap. He is now in 21st, struggling with a damaged car. Now back into the battle for second, because here we are for the podium places. Arruda in second, Merrick in third. This could be a very important switch. 0.3.8 in the last lap for Arruda, 0.3.5. But Audi remains in second. For now, at least. As realistically, Merrick has a chance to get into second place. Last lap around the Nordschleife, it was slower this time. Probably the best lap is useless at this point. I'll just take it out since it's not really useful. I really want to do it as quick as I can. So best lap. Take it out. Let's put the last lap so it's better. Okay. Away. Go. So this is the last lap, which is a bit more useful. Honestly, it was the best lap. It was the last lap, the one I wanted in. So you can see last lap 0.5.1 for Arruda, 0.4.6 for Merrick, Villa 0.8.7, 0.9.1 the green laps, as also there is an overtake. Oh, that's Stopka. Oh, Stopka had a mistake. He is losing several positions. He goes into the pits. Another couple of cars go into the pits for damage. And that is Topka that went into the wall, I think, at the end of the .go, following are Kazera and Beslar. Beslar at the tail end of the trio. Again, very unfortunate for what happened early on. As we go back into the battle for position, we go here in 10th as Poye and Belmo. Poye managed to get into the top 10. A lap for Poye, it was an 11.5. He is about 9 seconds behind Steiner. And in the last lap he gained a second, but he was also battling with Belmo, who at this point is not really quick compared to Poye. Bellero behind follows. Oh, this is the push off! Merrick is off! He was battling for second with Arruda. He just lost the rear end. Now Burak Merrick. It's very unfortunate because he was certainly en route for a very nice fight. But at the 4th lap, he lost 10 seconds on his rival. Well, here Barr is actually in the last lap. Look at that, 10.6 for Barr, 9.9. As also there is a battle here as Shurakov gains the place, goes over the chicane a couple of times more than usual. Battles with No. The car in 21st place, still there, and now gets 20th. That's it should be Jonathan No, the LFM team. This is Jonathan No, 20th place at the moment for the Aston Martin driver. Shurakov, remember, he had to go for the pizza for a drive-through. So at this point the gap between Sharkot and Arruda is enormous, 20.6 seconds. Drive-through taken for Iago Jimenez, the number 44. Again, the number is not really useful since you can't really see it in the liveries. And no, it's not over yet. He made an overtake on Shurakov. Now he could be in for another place, this time on Candioti for 19th place. Very slow there, out of the hairpin into Annenberg, and now downhill into Fuchsroder. And into Adenauer forced a very difficult point, this one here, second gear. In first you spin, in third you are not putting down enough power. So second gear for you. And now No is struggling a bit. He's trying to find a passage, a window, an opening, a door. Whatever synonym you have in mind of entrance to get into 19th place. He is already in the top 20. Position in front would certainly help him. Surya and Yel at the moment battling for position number 16. I think Surya just overtook Yel. So that's 16th place for Surya. And the bar at the moment into the carousel. Oh, he goes wide! He goes wide, and Valenzuela. Oh, Valenzuela doesn't. So he's now very close to Bar. Look at the gap between the two. Only 1 second between Bar and Valenzuela. 7th place at the moment for Valenzuela. That's lap at 09.9. Oh, it's just a bit, a tiny bit off the apex. He lost some time. As you can see now, the gap is 1.5 seconds. Still nothing to worry about here. Still, it is. Oh, there is a Porsche there. That's Pinson in the number 92 and nearly contact with Yell. Pinson there in the number. In the livery number 92 in the pure racing, in the mountain pure racing from WEC. He's now in 18th place. To losing the position there. And the Ferrari here, Surya. Bima Surya in the Ferrari. And Matteo Pugliatti in the BMW, the Italian driver, trying to defend his 14th place. He's already several seconds behind the next car. 27 seconds behind Langhauser. Very slow in the YouTube corner, but actually that's Brunken. As we go into Sun Garden, into the jump. Pugliatti for now remains in front of his rival. Very unfortunate part of the battle for 5th is that all the cars from Langhauser to Valenzuela, theoretically in France, are very close, but not close enough to get into slipstream of one another. So they are still gapped. Although Bar goes into the pits, the cars can't go on for 10 laps, so they will have to go through the pits at one time. Bar goes now into the pits, as also here, also Merrick into the pits. So he chose this lap to go into the pits. This time maybe, actually Valenzuela just lost an ungodly amount of time. He was more than a second in front of France, and now all of a sudden France is very close to Valenzuela. It's a Spanish driver that struggles a bit against the Mercedes driver. And Mattia France takes place at the moment. As also there was an overtake in the background. That was Yell getting in front of all the cars he was fighting with. Although Pugliatti is just now, oh, and Surya, as you can see here, still battling for position. And Surya just overtook Pugliatti. That's for currently 12th place. 30 seconds behind Merrick. Who also already went into the pits. I think I will go into here. As you can see, France lost again some more time on Valenzuela. Mattia France on the Mercedes here, losing some more time on Valenzuela and also on Steiner. In the last lap, the BMW driver actually went quicker than France. So 9.7 for Steiner, 10.3 for France. And there is a big gap between Surya and Merrick. Look at that in the minimap. The massive hole, basically in the standings, with Olivares that is currently we just overtook Meng Yang, the Mercedes AMG. Which is still probably it's the only car that doesn't really have an Evo version yet, without considering the Lexus, for obvious reasons. Every single car, I think, it had, or it's in development at least, an Evo package for Mercedes. I do remember there is actually a newer version that should come out with the Mercedes badge. And this could be actually the overtake for the Mercedes driver. As you can see here, over the curve he goes, and Meng Yang in front of Olivares. He jumps the car. Oh, that car goes into the wall. That was Olivares into the wall. Scrapping the wall there, trying to keep himself into the tarmac. Now into the grass he goes. And he lost a couple of places. He's now in 21st place, maybe even 22nd as Olivares. The second Olivares, there are two Olivares. So Daniel Olivares gets the overtake down on Adrian Olivares. So 22nd place. As I go into the wall. And some more time behind. Jonathan No battling with Uncovery for 23rd. Up here in the top 10, situation remains crystallized as Charcot, Jacob Charcot here has a 32 seconds lead on Arruda, as Villa is another 15 behind, with Langhauser being an entire minute behind the leader. So quite advantage for Charcot at the moment. You can follow here Andrea Giannoni as remember Massi Bar here ready went into the pits and already goes for the overtake and completes it even prior to right-hander and prior to the carousel, and that's 15th place at the moment for Massi Bar. And Samantha Tan livery with Andrea Giannoni stacking a bit on the carousel. Speaking of stacking a bit, that's Pinson sideways in the carousel. Candioti now close to Pinson. This could be the overtake for the Mustang driver, as I can see the gaps stretching. So that's Charcot into the pits. Jacob Charcot pits now for as little time as possible, probably. Arruda will not pit, he will continue straight, and so he becomes the new leader of the race. As Charcot is now into the pits. Violet also goes straight. Langhauser probably do the same. Check out, you can hear car V10. Really like, yeah, unfortunately Assetto Corsa is struggling a bit with 55 cars. And I'll be honest, I didn't expect it to struggle so much. I also tried to lower the graphics. As Alex Bellamore, that's a big one. Alex Bellamore into the pits, but he has to go through the pits one more time because he sped while entering. So that's the first of the two rides in the pit stops, in the pit lane that he has to go through. So yeah, unfortunately, Assetto Corsa is using a lot of my CPU and I don't have a really beefy CPU. And 55 cars on the Nordschleife is difficult, to say the least. So that's why it's a bit laggy. I can't go past the 40 FPS marker. And it's really unfortunate because usually it doesn't lag in anything. Since I have a very powerful PC, but CPU is one of the... Actually, I think it's the weakest point, the CPU, but what I usually do, it's competent enough to work for everything else, bar these. So that's why the stream is a little laggy, apologies for that. Now into the pits, there are lots of drivers. So the last lap it was a bit skewed for certain drivers, obviously. Although Arruda kept himself on the racing surface, so that is 0.4.2 that has to be counted. And Villa, third place at the moment. Sharko, even with the pit stop, is still in second place. So definitely a nice situation for Jacob Charcot. Steiner here and Poye, both battling for position number 9 at the moment. As you can see now, Valenzuela has a good gap to the cars around. Merrick is about 20 seconds in front, with France following another 4 behind. Earlier on there was a possible battle between the two. Ended up with Valenzuela that increased the gap to now 4 seconds. Just a handful of cars managed to get a better lap than anyone, well, than any of the other laps during the race. Belleru is the highest one in that list, with an 8:11.8. The last lap it was his best lap for Dylan Belleru. The Frenchman arrived at the line with an 11.8. Although behind him there is Merrick in the Porsche, Burak Merrick, which was in third prior to the pit stop. So I do expect an easy pass from Eric on the Frenchman. Oh, very close to the Mercedes driver. Wondering if Valero will give him an easy time or will try to battle with Merrick, but probably not knowing that he went into the pits already. Or if he will give his spot in an easy manner. He's not really defending. Oh, never mind. Probably he's defending actually for a moment. Oh no, probably not. He was trying to go to the side of the road. So that's Merrick now in 5th place. As Surya here went into the pit lane, and behind there is a good chunk of cars battling. Basler 18th at the moment. I think a car just had a strike. Oh, that was Surya. Surya went into the wall, I think, because I can see some damage on the front end of the car. Now into the grass, and let's now yell in front of Surya. As the Lauda and Pugliatti are also behind the 2 BMWs. And also, look at this, something happened to Valenzuela, because now the car in this station livery is in 8th place. France just overtook Valenzuela. Just when I said it, there were 4 seconds between the two. Something clearly happened here. And this battle could go very badly, very quickly. Bump drafting, that's the Aston Martin. As the Ferrari is a bit in the middle of the way. For the fight between Ferraris, I goes for the move on Surya. And that's the first one. Can he go in front of Yal 2? Oh, and that's a Ferrari off! Huge crash behind, and Surya is off into the wall, spinning. With a contact with probably the road. 21st at the moment. So a lot of incidents in the race so far. Ruda goes into the pits, so that's Charcot back in the lead. You go back here, yellow again with another mistake. He goes into the grass, he loses 2 places. And so that's Basler. Lerod and Pugliatti overtaking the Ferrari driver. And Candioti? Oh, that's a mistake for Candioti into the wall, he goes on again. Several places lost for the Mustang driver. That could also be Casella overtaking Candioti. Yes, it is. The outside he goes. He tries it. He goes for it, and he succeeds in the making. 19th place for Casella at the moment. Pedro Casella, the Spanish driver, now behind Daniel Yell. Basler managed to get back into 15th place. As Steiner overtakes Belleru, it's because he's in the pit lane at the moment. He comes out in front, no, behind Bellamore. So outside the top 10. Asbar just arrived at the line with a 09.0. Anhauser 06.2, but that's because the car still has to arrive at the line. Kauri in 14th and 15th for Basler, who is targeting Hankauri about 10 seconds up front. will allow the following and Pugliati also behind. Yell couldn't get closer to Casero in the WTO, so he remains in 19th place. It's not going to be an easy fight for Beller at the moment, because Beller is in 11th place. He just came out of the pits behind Bellamore, who changed tires at the last stop lap prior, as you can also see from the lap times. Cadiotti and Pinson and Surya also in the pits, and also Olivares. Wonder if they also have to repair the car. Sharkat at this point has an immense lead, 42 seconds on the following car, which is Romulo Arruda, the other Audi. Merrick follows another 10 seconds behind. Unfortunate for that spin early on. This could be the battle for second otherwise. Then Manu Villa at the moment in 4th in the BMW. Langhauser in 5th place in the FAF livery. Porsche with Matthias Franz in 6th. Paul Valenzuela, probably a mistake early on, that's why he's now behind France. And Poya follows only 2 seconds behind, so this could actually be the battle for 7th in a short time. Daniel Steiner here in the BMW in 9th, completing your top 10. It is Alex Bellamore. Mustang driver is only narrowly in front of Belleru, 2 seconds and a half behind, but Barro, look at this! This could be Massibar going for the move on Belleru, who was trying to keep the eyes in front. Last stop for Barro, it was a 09.0, so a quick one. A bit on the grass. Now into the inside he goes, and that's the position collected for Massibar. Belleru loses it, and that's now 12th place for the Frenchman. Next objective for Bellamore in 10th. That will be the top 10 for the BMW driver. Lancaster follows in 13th, a bit of no man's land, with Ancauri in 14th, and Bettler that kept the pressure on. That's now 15th place. Bit on the grass. For now he remains in 15th. Started with a 17.2, but he had to fight for position. So can't really analyze that lap. Gero behind in 16th. He's still keeping the pace on the car in front, with Pugliati in 17th, Casero in 18th, Yell in 19th, with Stopka 20th place at the moment for the Audi driver. Giannone in 21st, Olivares in 22nd, with Pinson in 23rd, and Young in 24th, Shurakov in 25th, Kuzudamato in 26th, Suri in 27th only, unfortunately. Itwell in 28th, No in 29th place, with Rancagno in 30th place. Then Marino follows, Cordoba in the Corvette, Chilida in 33rd with Jimenez behind, Adrian Olivares in 35th, Candiotti in 36th place only, with Franz Kauf 37th, Rodriguez in 38th, Garcia in 39th, out of the pits just now. Moreno and Diaz completing the field of cars still run on the lead lap. Then we have Duarte in 42nd, with Nixon in 43rd, Fernandez in 44th in the Rex livery, Glauco Menske in 45th, Saputra in 46th, and then other cars that have DNF'd from the race. So at this point, effectively still running 45 cars. Here Bessler is actually struggling a bit. I think Leroy has a bit more pace. Oh, I think that was contact. Yeah, that was either the Porsche locking up, but there was contact between the Porsche and the Aston. And now just in the middle of the way, but Leroy still makes it in front at the... Yeah, you can see the BMW. It just now lost some time. So it was Leroy, second and a half behind Bessler. Bessler effectively has been a bit the star of the race so far. He went up and down the order several times. At this point I lost count of how many positions he switched with the other drivers. Now Valenzuela and Poye also another one of those drivers that was on the live feed more than the other driver. Poye at this point 8th place. Maurice Poye, the German driver, could get in front of Valenzuela and maybe even France. This last lap could give us a very nice idea of his pace. So at the start-finish line, and that is a 10.0 for France, 9.2 for Valenzuela, and a 6.5 for Poye. This could be the battle for 6th, getting into lap number 8. But also, something happened at 2nd place, because, oh, I think there was an overtake ongoing actually. Okay, and anyway, I will keep the camera here, because Arruda just lost 5 seconds on America. And I have no idea why. At this point, the gap is only 4 seconds, not even 5. Something has happened to Arruda, probably a mistake somewhere. But now the gap between Arruda and Charcot is 54 seconds. Olivares also. Oh, need a contact between two cars. You go into the onboard camera, and that, as you can see, the overtake that gets done, and that's the Audi driver that gets in front of Valenzuela. Poye now 7th place for the Audi driver. 06.5 is was his last lap. 10.0 France's last lap. So the gap is certainly enough to go for 2 overtakes in a single lap. Valenzuela only 8th at this point. But back here, so I'm sure something happened, because the gap is crumbling for Arruda. It's crumbling down, and Merrick is only mere seconds behind. The last lap it was also at 03.8. So Merrick either did... oh, Casero into the pits. Very late. Into the pits he goes. And also Leon... This is also the fight between Olivares, Daniel Olivares in the BMW, and Andrea Giannoni in the Aston Martin. 20.4 for Giannoni, 14.9 for Olivares. So it's pretty clear how this fight could evolve. At this point, there are several battles on me. Leroy is still behind. Look at this. 11.3 in the last lap for Bessler. 11.1 only. 1/10 the difference between Leroy and Bessler. 11.3, 11.2 practically. And the gap between the two cars is 6/10. So it's a very close fight. Why is the camera wrong here. Better. So only, you can see only several meters between the two. I'm looking at the gaps. There could be a fight for 10th in very little time. Yeah? As Bellamore 11.1, Bar 10.5. So yeah, definitely a fight for 10th is possible. There are a lot of fights going on. There are only 2.5 laps to go. So still a lot to be said by these drivers. And yeah, America's now in front. America now in second place, with Arruda in third. So certainly that's the Audi that has a problem of some sort. 10th place here. With Bellamore and Bar. So Arruda is bleeding seconds at this point. I would rule out Villa getting into the podium position. The number 3 obviously, not the number 2. I don't think that Villa could be able to get into second. But at this point, Arruda is bleeding seconds. And Arruda could lose the podium altogether. Oh, what happened there? Oh, Steiner. Mistake for Steiner there. Probably locked the rear. Heard the car struggling a bit on acceleration into the carousel. Yeah, there are a lot of fights. Unfortunately, I'm sorry if I'm missing some, but it's just a lot going on at the moment. There is a fight for half the field. So it is the one for 6th place. France and Poyer here. Last lap it was 10.0 for France. Very slow compared to his rivals. So maybe a mistake, but it was also the best lap for France. As he goes over the curb. Slightly bit on the grass. 2. Now here the very final part of the circuit. Oh, bit off outside the second carousel, but he's still in slipstream proximity to the triple apex right-hander, and then into the Dottigehu. 25 kilometers later, Poyer is still behind France. I can't be sure about it at the very tail end of the lap, as the 9th lap has been started. So 2 laps to go. He goes, he stays in the slipstream. It goes out of it onto the left of France, and that's Poya now in 6th place, overtake for the German driver in front of the Mercedes in LFM colors, and that's now 6th place for Poya, with Valenzuela that could be in his own charge to get 7th at least, to take back his old places. 07.1 in the last lap for Poya, actually 10.8 for France and 10.9 for Valenzuela, so at the moment Valenzuela is not en route to get into 7th. Yeah, you can see Arruda's last lap 13.5. So the car is not really moving. Very difficult situation for Arruda. As I suspect he damaged the race car. And Villa is only 10 seconds behind. And with 5 seconds per lap being lost, this could go on until the very final corner of the race. Drive-through taken for Alex Bellamore. But I'm not sure the reason for it. So Bellamore, drive-through. I suspect for track limits. And so he will... Oh, actually, apologies. He actually went through the pits because... Ah, okay, yeah, it was the penalty for speeding. Apologies. So the penalty for speeding in the pits. He went through the pits and he is now in 12th place behind Belleroux. He was in front of Barr early on. As Bessler getting into the pits, and Liarado does the same. And then he starts again, probably not enough fuel. It was a very short pit. So now Liarado in 16th place. Spencer is still standing still. And there's a battle here for 18th place. Stopka just behind him. This could be a very important overtake for Olivares. For Stopka, apologies. As he could get in front of both Olivares and Aston Martin in front of Giannoni. And who knows, maybe even in front of Lee Road. It will be a chain event of passes for the Audi driver. A bit wide there for Olivares. This could be a good opportunity for Stopka. Not enough. Not close enough. And he stays behind in the Audi. The pink colors, although this time around it could be a very important move. He goes on the right, switches at the very last moment, and he goes side by side with Olivares, 18th place at the moment, and that's the overtake done. Prior to the chicane, close the door as soon as possible. Next one online. Andrea Giannoni. This point only a second in front. With these gaps, probably it's better to do these. Oh, there's a Porsche off there. It was a back marker though. Let me just... I can't put the intervals. I know there was a way. No, I can't go for intervals. Ah, here it is. So let me just... This is better. Config. Voilà. Unfortunately, I don't have a second screen, so that's how I have to do it. As I was saying, you can see only 1 second between Stopka and Ferrari behind as Shurakov. Just lost position with Yell. now in 24th place. If we skip in front some more positions, Bellamore, who just went through the pits in the last lap, now is fighting with Belleru. For 11th place. And also the top 5 could still be shaped differently, as Poya is gaining a lot of time on Langhauser. This could really be a chance for 5th for the Audi driver. In the meantime, Bellamore here, after the drive-through, behind the French driver, Dylan Belleru, the Mercedes. He goes on the right, the Mustang goes on the left, side by side. Oh, very close, but Mustang actually gives up on the move. Not feeling confident enough, and he stays in 12th place. .2 seconds, that's gap now. For the Mercedes driver, it is trying to survive the charge as the last lap just started, so white flag for Jakub Charcot. 25 kilometers to go out of 250. Obviously on purpose, since it's the 250k subscribers in the LFM website. So every race will revolve around the 250 kilometers mark. But in the last lap just gained an absurd amount of time on Langhauser. He will go for another overtake here. And Stopka also goes for the overtake for 18th place. Doesn't complete it. He's very, very close, but he doesn't get ahead into the carousel. Things could change. Very much in difficulty. Only half a second between the two. So you can see the gaps, some of them are very, very little. Oh, Giannoni defending against Olivares. That managed to get himself in front of Stopka once more. This is for 17th place. Also remember there is a battle ongoing for third theoretically, because the gap between Arruda and Villa is only 8 seconds. But in the last lap, Villa gained the absurd amount of nearly 7 seconds. Actually just 5.5 to be fair. That is why I picked up, but it's literally written there. Still possible for Arruda to lose the podium if he makes a tiny mistake. While these three are all in the same battle. With this station livery, that's Andrea Giannoni, that will have to defend in the Dottigeho against not one but two cars. As the car is in the pits, that's uncovery. Uncovery into the pits. Very odd. But as you can see, the Aston Martin remains in front. So Giannoni for now remains ahead of both Olivares and Stopka. Although, can't say it will remain like this. So the moment the leader is a lot ahead, as you can see, in the middle of the racetrack. So, long way to go for him. About 13 kilometers. Oh, down the outside he goes! Olivares, a wonderful move, but he has to brake at the very last. Oh, contact between the two. Definitely contact. 3 wide, out of turn number 3. And that's the Audi that makes the overtake on both cars. Incredible move there for Stopka. Bit of contact with Aston Martin. He goes into the grass. He has to go wide. He will make another contact. Probably no, he doesn't make contact with another car. Olivares goes back into 18th place. That's the Italian driver, Andrea Giannoni, that goes back into 17th. Slots back his Aston Martin in a wonderful manner, surviving the mess that was getting on behind him, and actually even next to him. But for now, he remains in 17th. Very physical battle there. And somehow, positions are the same as about 2 minutes ago. Although, oh, that was Olivares. Probably making nearly contact. Now the Audi wants to go into the inside. There has to be a contact there. Probably there was contact. 2 defenders of both the BMW and the Audi side by side into the final part of the GP circuit. And for now, Olivares will stay ahead. It breaks very, very late. Out of the chicane, actually goes over the chicane, nearly into the grass. And the Audi actually goes into the grass. Stopka will lose some time. And this is just helping Andrea Giannoni in his Aston Martin. In the meantime, nearly there for Charcot with a 75 seconds gap. And drive-through for cutting for Ricard Chilida in 41st place. Drive-through for track limits. The very final moment. Sbar here still wants 9th. So 4 times only between Steiner and Barr, as the Charcot is okay, not yet there. honestly don't want to miss on the leader getting the checker flag. But here we are, still with these 2. Steiner in front of Barr. Last lap it was a 06.3 for Barr, 10.8 for Steiner. Now it's the time of the overtake. Oh, contact with the rear left quarter panel for Steiner, and the front right wheel for Barr that goes in front of Steiner now in an easy manner after taking all the slipstream available. And here we are with the battle for 5th place. The Porsche in the Pfaff livery, that's Langhauser in 5th place. Poya just behind in 6th. But here we go here for the final moments for Charcot, Jacopo Charcot. After 250 kilometers, 10 laps of the Nordschleife, and a best lap of 7:57.0, which was also the last lap, wins the first of the 3 races, improving his own lap, 7:56.2, best lap of the session, best lap of his own stint, and absolute dominance with more than 70 seconds to the following car, which is the Porsche of Burak Merik, that still has to go into the Dotike Who. For now we will stay here I will do it, but I don't find him. I can't find Cardioti's car. I know he had a drive-thru in his Mustang, but he is outside the 31 cars leaderboard, so probably way behind schedule. I will just keep on going with Burak Merik, that managed to keep himself sturdy, as Candioti, speaking of which, just disconnected from the race. And Burak Merik, after losing 10 seconds, he kept himself on the spot, gained second place, and he will finish 80 seconds behind the leader, but still podium position for Burak Merik. As Romulo Arruda will complete your podium for tonight's race, just in front of Villa. Manu Villa here in 4th, outside of the podium. Langhauser barely in front of Poye. Oh, Poye nearly actually colliding with a Porsche driver, but Langhauser will remain in 5th place. And so that's top 5 for Langhauser. Poye will go on to lose it. And that's 6th for Poyer. France, another 9 seconds behind, 7th place for Matthias France. Then we've got Pablo Valenzuela in position number 8. The Spanish driver in the Aston will arrive in 8th place. And we've got Massi Bar, a second in front of Steiner. The very last lap he gained the position on him, who arrives just behind in 10th place. Outside the top 10, we'll start with Dylan Belleroux, that, unless he makes a mistake, which is still possible at the end of the Dottie Who, as Bellamore is meters behind as he goes onto the final 2 corners with the car damaged, but still quick enough to get 11th place in front of Alex Bellamore in 12th. Michael Langhauser, 13th place for the Bilstein livery. She gets in 13th place. Fourteenth place for Jaco Hankovri, who is 6 seconds in front of Gerardo and Pugliatti. So he completes the race in 14th place, Gerardo. 15th place for the Frenchman, the BMW. 16th place for Matteo Pugliatti. Then 17th for Andrea Giannoni. As also we've lost maybe moves, maybe. Sauka arrives in 18th place with Besler. 19th after all that has happened. 19th place for Marvin Besler. 20th place for Anne Mengyang in the Heart of Racing Mercedes. That's a bit cursed. So Olivares will complete the race only, here he is, only 20, no, maybe not, maybe the Porsche can overtake him. That's Pinson, that arrives at the line, barely behind. Olivares in 21st place, with Pinson, that gets on the line with 0.06, no, that's it's not the updated one, but he arrives at the line in 22nd place. What's wrong here? As Daniel Yell, the wall race with pedal issues. Ah, that's unfortunate. That's very unfortunate. Yeah, at times it happens. Just like real life. That mechanical problems could happen, and you can't really do anything apart from bearing with them. Daniel Yell arrives at the line in 23rd place in front of Jonathan No in 24th, and Bima Surya in 25th place, Adam Itwell in 26th, and Pedro Casero 27th place, David Arancagno 28th at the moment, in front of the Porsche of Vladimir Shurakov. And Guglielmo Marino with the Italian in the Aston Martin that is still about to get into the Duttinger. There is still a battle here. As you can see, Iago Jimenez and Ricard Chillida to the gravel, striking a bit there. Oh, into the wall actually. And that's Jimenez actually gaining the position with a very, very heavily damaged Nissan. He gets 32nd place at the moment. So as Marino currently here into the Duttinger, I started to announce to you that in 5 minutes time the other stream will start, and that will be the ACC event at Spa, in which Olaf will be your commentator for the evening with more than 30 FPS, as Guglielmo Marino arrives in 30th and Julian Rodriguez in 31st, with Iago Jimenez that will complete the race in 32nd place, and Ricard Chillida in 33rd place, with front Cove being last on the lead lap. So yeah, as I was saying, again, unfortunate that the frame rate wasn't up to my standards, but Nordschleife and 50 more cars on Assetto Corsa are not a good combo, and I don't have the beefiest CPU. Franskov arrives here on the line. So again, apologies that it was a bit chunky and messy as a stream. I tried to do my best. Will be 80 minutes far. Oh yeah. It's going to be. Let me see. Okay. There is going to be the same stream, just not from me, but on ACC. I think now everyone arrived at the line. So yeah, everyone. It's basically ended. So I want to go through the other cars, but it's not in an ordered manner. So yeah, the next stream will be here on the very same channel. I'm not going to do the commentary. That's going to be made by Olaf. And for 80 minutes, you will have both GT3, actually 3 classes, not 2. GT3, GT4s and TCX, which are the M2 competition being used in the lower categories. I wonder if I can show you the results somewhere, somehow. So let me just check quickly on the matter. I really apologize for not providing a perfect stream. As you can see, I'm not really familiar with AC. I had things prepared, but I wasn't prepared for the lag. So really sorry for that. Usually it's not like this. Okay, so now that effectively things are over, and I'd like to show you the results prior to the next event that will start again in just 5-10 minutes time. Otherwise, I will conclude here the stream. Just give me a second or two that get an answer from the technical department, aka my boss. Or my bosses, rather. It was certainly a beautiful race, this one here. So let me just go into OBS. here you are. So this is the one I wanted to show you. So this is the program for the whole weekend, as the Nordschleife 10 laps just happened. The next race in Spa 80 minutes, and it will start at exactly 20 CEST, because it's still summertime. 20 CEST, and then tomorrow, because it's not over, there will be the final event of the weekend. John Wright will host 36 laps of Spa as both on Twitch and on YouTube, obviously, on Automobilista 2 with the GT, which is the retired class from the Endurance Championships. So unless here it is. So let me just get the standings so you can see them. Oops, just give me a second. As I take the link. Voila. Now the standings are on. Yes, they are. Fantastic stuff. Let's go into the standings. So these should be the results because the lobby still had to be closed. Probably the results still have to be put on the website. Let me just yeah, unfortunately, we still have to wait a couple of seconds. Oh, there they are. So Jakub Charcot wins in front of Burak Amerik and Romuald Ruda in the podium. Then Manu Villa, Chris Langhauser, Maurice Poye, Matthias Franz, Pablo Valenzuela, Massi Barr, and Daniel Steiner completing your top 10. Then we got okay, I didn't. Here we are. Then we've got in 11th place Dylan Bellero, Alex Belmore, Michael Langhauser, Jaco Hankavauri, and Cedric Lerhoud. That's your top 15. You can see a minute and 18 seconds between Charcot and Amerik. Then Pugliatti, Giannoni, Stopka, Besler in 19th place with Meng Yang in 20th. Olivares, Pinson, Yel, No, Surya in 25th place. Then Itwell, Casero, Rancagno, Shurakov, and Marino completing your top 30. And at the very tail end of the lead lap cars, Rodriguez, Jimenez, Chilida, Kof completing your lead lap finishers. Then Candiotti, Moreno, Cordova, Duarte, Diaz, Fernandez in 40th with Nixon, Casamanto, Garcia, Manske, and Olivares in 45th place. Honan, Saputra, and Mafe in 48th with Nera, Rami, and Abdallah in 31st. And right in 52nd, Kravzak, Farias, and Ayas completing your 55 cars grid. It's everything is working. And this was the first of the three events. Now, in a short time, the next stream will start. So yeah, let me just mute myself so I can tell them that they can start the stream. Okay, so I have confirmation that the stream will start in this current very... okay, I can't speak anymore. The stream will start just now, the next stream, so you will see the countdown and everything. But yeah, this was the first of the 3 events. The next one is going to start in a few seconds. I was Cristian Romano. I hope you had a wonderful race, and I will leave you to Olaf for the next race at Spa in ACC. Have a good evening, good night, wherever you are in the world, and well, follow the next stream. Bye!
Good evening, everybody, and welcome back to Low Fuel Motorsport. My name is Olaf, aka Bob's Racing, and I'll be your commentator for tonight as we're continuing our 250k user event. Of course, a special thanks to everyone who's signed up to LFM, who's joined our racing over the past years of fantastic action all across. Season 18 is where we're at right now, and we're going to get some good racing here. We just had Christian, big thanks for commenting on the Nordschleife event. 10 laps around this track is, of course, absolutely beautiful. It's a long track, that's why we got 10 laps. We luckily get about 35, 36 laps around the Spa circuit. GT3s, GT4s, and M2s. BMW M2s, that is, on the TCX track. 80 minutes today. The car should be out in qualifying already, and for tomorrow, we're going to have 36 laps on Spa in the GTE in Automobilista 2. So without further ado, I think we should get right into this qualifying session. That's already started. We're about 5 minutes underway, so the first few laps have been set. Russia with a 2:17.3, already having that top spot secured by about 8 tenths to Giraud in second place. We're about 5 minutes in, so that means we have 2/3 of the qualifying still left. Lap times of about 2 minutes, just a little bit over, so that means drivers still have plenty of time to set their laps. They're all slotting in now. About 80 drivers is the grid size, so we should have about 80 right about there. You can see on the left-hand side of the screen the timing tower. It's a little bit difficult to see, but in the position numbers, you should have a dark blue corner in the bottom right, a dark blue triangle to indicate that the car is a GT4, and a light blue triangle to indicate that the car is a BMW M2. So with that also being clarified, you should see why the difference in time is that big. The GT3s about 2:20, 2:18, with the occasional 17 being hit in this qualifying session. The GT4s should hit about 2 minutes and 30 seconds, as Neuwirth is currently first in place for the GT4s, and the M2s, a 2:38 as it stands for Brenham, should be able to hit those 37s as well as time goes on. That's for about halfway through. You can see all the drivers. It's a busy track. They have to find their way through this session with all the traffic. It's especially difficult. So we see drivers that should be way out in front drop back a little bit further down. So everyone has to get their own times, has to get their own spot. And that's one of the rules in qualifying. If there's a blue flag, you don't necessarily... you have to go out of the way, because if there's a blue flag, you're not on a lap. But if you're slower and the car behind wants to overtake you, they have to create the space. They have to send that overtake. If you're in the same class and you encounter a car ahead that's slower than you and you can't do your lap, you have to bail out, because that's on you. You haven't found enough time. And that's, of course, going to be very difficult finding that space. We see a little bit on the end of Sector 3 before the bus stop chicane after the 130 car. See a good bit of space. Jonathan Noe has found a little bit as well. It's currently without a lap time in this GT4, has found a space between after a 126 car, and I believe that is a GT3 car. So you can see all the dots on the screen as well, with different colors. The gray ones should be our GT3s, our dark blue should be GT4s, and the lighter blue ones are the M2s, and the extremely light blues are cars that are not on a lap. So Jonathan Noe has found this spot and will be going for his lap time. Beautiful track. Currently going on to Sector 2, Brazil. Beautiful corner to take as well. There's a few different lines that you can take through this bit of the track. One of those is the infamous double apex, one of the tactics that you learn in the Nürburgring lap as well, that you just saw on the Nordschleife. One of the hairpins there is a traditional double hairpin. Same here at Puhan, 2 corners, technically 1. So we hit that double apex. You can also do it with a smooth line across the apex, but just going outside, inside out. Those different lines all depend on what car you're driving and, of course, your driving style. That way now, making his way onto Sector 3. Hasn't got a lap on the board yet, so currently tumbling down the order as more lap times are being set. Target here, of course, being about 2 minutes and 30 seconds. As Russell puts in a 2 minute 16.8, so those lap times are plummeting by the second. Just a little heads up, these GT3s can be extremely quick. And they can overtake you freely throughout this qualifying, but they cannot impede you. That's the only thing that they cannot do. Well, that's one thing that almost happened there in GT3 car on the inside, as Noe makes his way around the bus stop chicane. Currently, one of the final cars without a lap going across the line, and that's going to be P49. His lap time a 2-minute 34.2. That puts him somewhere on the bottom half of the class. Gerard currently in second place and losing a lot of time compared to Russell in first. It's quite a big gap, as you can see, from a 2-minute 16.8 to a 2:17.6. That's 0.8 of a difference between P1 and P2. Yeah, I still have to see some drivers set a lap time, or at least set a competitive lap time. As Russell takes away that first place for now. Still 2 laps to go for the drivers that really want to set their laps. Some of them might be getting into the groove. Lapinas, as you can see on the screen on the bottom right, set 3 laps. 2-minute 18.9, 18.3, 18.0 is on the up from the looks of it. Might just be settling into a rhythm now, finding a place, and that's a lot of cars right around him. It's a GT4 and a TCX right in the chicane here. Infanye, he's got to make his way through, and this Bentley did just that, but he might have lost a lot of space there. The M2 not happy, obviously flashing his lights. Not happy with the way that overtake went, but then again, this is multi-class racing. This is the chaos that we're going to see in the race as well. Well, this is the chaos that we're going to see during the race as well. Lots of M2s trying to make their way through. They have to brake a lot earlier. The smaller boxes are not made for high-speed cornering. Pozimski is going to feel that on his final corner. 2:20.6 is one of the laps. 20.1 is what he can make. It's P15 for the 113 BMW. Good lap all around. 2-minute 20s is the aim for most of these GT3. Rio just left one of the lower class cars. It should be an M2. Just a little bit spinning in the background. Let's just hope that wasn't because of contact. Here again, GT4 to the right of him. And that's a good overtake. That's always allowed during qualifying between classes. Rio currently in 22nd. Does have a good lap to his name at 21.1. But as you saw, the pole position currently at 2-minute 17. 2-minute 16, I believe. This is 19.3. Puts him up to 14th place. Starting into the final 2.5 minutes of this qualifying session. And that's a backwards M2. That's not something you want to see as you exit La Source. Of course, something that you'll get used to after a little while of having such a busy track. Spencer, 1 lap down on the board. 2-minute 32 now, overtaking them 2 into Pujon. Lots of blue flags being waved. So there's a GT4 overtaking them 2 and a GT3 overtaking both of these guys. And Spencer getting away with it without too much of a scruff. Makes it into Banya. He's gone through the left-hander and almost across the line there. That's also a thing you have to worry about with these multi-class qualifyings. You have to go still within the lines, even though you have some other cars that you have to be aware of. Reinman in 64th. That is 5th in class. It's only 2 seconds behind, 1.5 seconds behind class pole position. Mudders currently holding that in 60th. It's going to be crossing the line and goes from 64th to 60th. And that is going to be class pole position by just 0.04 of a second. So that is a great lap from the 507 M2 car. That's also one of the things that you can check to see which type of car it is. If you go to the car numbers, all the GT3 cars start with a 1, and usually followed by the number in the order of their respective ELO. And the GT4 start with a 4, and the M2s start with a 5. So Brenham actually is still in hold of the pole position of just retaking that pole position. Is now 59th, ahead of one of the GT4s. And that's something drivers like Baki have to worry about. Currently in 72nd. That's not a number you say too often in racing. 72nd as a GT3. And the Porsche currently not with a lap on the board. Will have to start behind the M2s and the GT4s if he doesn't get a lap on the board. And Mazzio, one of those drivers as well, he only has to start behind one M2 if he doesn't improve. And that's going to be a problem, because if you can see, the race pace is of course going to be a lot different. The GT3s hitting 2-minute 20s, the GT4s 2-minute 30s, the M2s in the 35s, 36, 37 currently for qualifying, so that should be around 38s, 39s in the race. As the checkered flag is out, and that will be solidified for a lot of these drivers that haven't set lap times yet. So we're going to see who goes where. Mazzio currently last in the GT4s that have set a lap time. Is last by just over a second. So we'll have to do that quite neatly here through this final sector. The Collet Racing Team 420 car, the Aston Martin GT4, around the final few corners, going to take the finish line, the checkered flag, and jumps up to 55th. And that is a good qualifying lap. Bar's also right behind this across the line, up to 44th. And we're looking at some of the GT3s still fighting. Gerard in third. Just lost a place. Grundler into third. Willer currently 16th. Fastest lap is a 2-minute 19.065. Needs a little bit of time for 15th, but then a big jump up to 14th. And then again, it's a big cluster up to 9th. All within just 2/10, just over 2/10. So through the bus stop chicane now, because the 126 Lamborghini, Cryonics Racing, holding 16th. But as he crosses the line, it's going to jump up all the way to 6th. And that's at 2-minute 17.7. That's a crazy fast lap. Bucher as well in the 14th position before the line, then over the line into 6th, taking that away from Muller. And that is a 17s all around. Giraud just makes it up to P2. And Russell holding on to pole position with a 2-minute 16.3. We still have Young coming across the line. The only car realistically being able to do anything, but goes up to P8 with an 18.1. Stays out of the 17s block with a 19 to his name. He's going to make that an 18.9. So just hits that in the sub-19s. And currently P17. As qualifying should be over. As the final cars slot in now. And here we have our pole sitter, Jan Russell, in the 103 Bentley. He's going to be starting this 80-minute event on pole position. 80 minutes, which equals to about 250 kilometers. And that is to celebrate our 250,000 users on LFM. Special event here to get 250,000 meters driven. 1 meter for every single person that has signed up on LFM. Me being one of them. And of course, Christian that you just heard for the Nordschleife race right before should be one of those as well. Going to have a quick look at the standings qualifying grid. Sure, we should be able to have that on the screen in just a second. Here we have it. There it is. Here's our qualifying, and also we can see their times, the cars, and the gaps. Russell being in first, Giraud in second, Lapinas taking third, Grundler on that second row right behind. I don't think I'm fast enough to name all these names as they scroll past. You can find your favorite driver here, see who to vote for, check out their numbers. As we can see, 30 GT3s so far. We should have just a few more on the next page. After the 2-minute and 20s here below. You see some of these gaps are quite small, so the difference in skill is also quite small. We're going to get some good racing. You start off with the GT4s, and Neuwirth having the pole position on the GT4s with a 2-minute 30.1. half a second away from Julian's in second, Santos in third, and Akaryan in fourth on that second row. And these all continuing to be the GT4 class. Gaps here at the front, you can see plus 15 from 47th all the way down to 53rd, all within just over 6/10. Here we move on to the 500s, and these are the BMW M2 cars. Some of these drivers not setting a lap time, as you can see that, a plus 29 minutes, and the qualifying was only 15 minutes, so that means that the last time they set was in the practice session, and we see Strands really messing up that timing with a plus -2, -16, -317. I don't believe that is that's entirely legal. We'll start. Not last on the grid, that is going to be Samuel Hall with an even longer lap time for the GT3s. So once again, Jan Russell setting pole position for our 250k around Spa. Here is the man. It's going to be starting in just about 5 seconds. We'll have a formation lap. And then we'll have the race going through. Here we are away for the formation lap. So we're running through the drivers quite quickly. You can spot the liveries from your favorite drivers as well, as we go through every single one of them. 80 in total for 80 minutes of racing. That's quite a good coincidence as well. So 250 kilometers around the Spa track. I think Nordschleife and Spa being the two happiest tracks to do endurance racing on. I think a lot of people really happy to do endurance racing on these tracks. Very popular as well. So no doubt the reason why these tracks were chosen. As you can see, the first cars are already reaching Le Combe, while the final ones are just getting off the line. So we've got an entire straight full of cars basically, and throughout the race they're going to be split up. You can see these grey cars going to be moving a little bit freer from the dark blue dots, and then from the turquoise dots as well. So we're nearing the end of the GT3s, as you can see in the numbers on the left hand side of your screen, the timing tower showing the position, the car number, and the names of the drivers. And it appears we have some sort of last to first challenge from Sam Gaskell and George Boothby, some of the fastest drivers in the Pro Series as it stands, as they're looking for some redemption. They're not setting a great qualifying lap. So we're starting off with the GT4s. They're worth having the pole position here. Should be somewhere on the track. Julian's currently 38th out in front. As we're running through the second sector of the track, we can really appreciate some of the creativity people have put in to this, to the livery making. It's always nice to see what people can come up with as they're making the liveries for their cars. Of course, teams like Holit Racing Team, identifiable livery. Same thing goes for the 255 Go Setups team, and every single team that participates here with matching liveries. If you see duplicates of drivers, that's might be because they're shuffling through the order, and we're going down into the order. So we might have some drivers that show up twice because they're trying to make their way through the grid, trying to warm up the tires properly. So we've dove into the M2s, the final part of the track, the final part of the grid as well. With one car into the pits, Young, who had that qualifying lap in the end, should put him a few positions up, and is now going to be starting from the pit lane. That can be a strategic choice, or might just be because he forgot to fuel his car properly. Going through fine now with these M2s. So we're approaching the final sector of the track. The GT3s are already on their way to the bus stop chicane. It's going to be lining up double file now. As we can see, a GT3, I think 2 GT3s here at the end of the grid. Vodaubo here in 79th. Russell here in first place. The cars now making their way through the final part of the track. The timing line is this line right here. The start of the race will happen after La Source. That prevents quite a punch up here in the first turn of the track. Everyone trying to shuffle their way forwards. Jan Russell in the LFM Esports 103 Bentley on the inside here, looking for a way to retain that pole position, and that's where that's not where Young had to be. Young had to be way out in front, but he'll be starting in the pit lane a little bit after these guys. There it is. I believe that is his spot there in 8th place. Going across the line, we have red lights. They're going to be turning green right about now, and the 80 minutes of Spa has started. Russell getting away quite well, is ahead of Gerard and will take that position as everyone going to slot behind. That's a beautiful train already starting to form. No big shuffles just yet. There's getting some side-by-side action as we're approaching the Kemmel straight corner, as the top 10 is realistically staying the exact same as they were, but now it's up to Gerard to maybe have a look there. Lapinas is having a small look on the inside, but Russell covering it off. There's a big send there. It's one of the GT3s maybe missing their braking marker as they're getting back onto the track. And the top 5 staying as they were. Big yellow icons on the left-hand side. Those are the drivers that have had contact with another driver. And Antonin in the 110 car being one of those as well. George Boothby currently in 30th, already up 8 places from where he started in the Lexus. Does have Gaskel right in front of him as well, just taking the place of Heshmati in the Call It Racing Team car. And that's going to be one for Boothby as well, but Gerard currently 2nd place. Beautiful car, by the way. Lightning McQueen reference. Very, very nicely done. Still holding on to 2nd place and not being able to get past into Lacombe with the big slipstream that you get off that straight. It's all of the exit off of La Source, but with the start being just a little bit after La Source, there's no way you can make the difference off the exit. You have to have lightning reflexes, and Russell did that quite well. Is off by half a second already. Lapinas now trying to see if he can have an opportunity somewhere soon. There's a yellow flag out for one of the GT4s. That is in Pujon. Currently stationary. Should be with a GT3 as well. So might have had contact. Multiple drivers in the pits as well, no doubt, from a La Source, or from a Radeon incident. Quite a few of those. Spencer, the lead GT4 currently as it stands. Quite a big gap behind him. So that is quite a good send here. So he's been taking a few, and there's a big pile up there of GT3s at the back of the grid. So they're trying to rejoin the grid, trying to rejoin the track from the bus stop chicane. And Spencer now up to 33rd. I believe there was about 40 GT3s. So that means that he's got quite a few GT3s behind him at the moment, and he's fighting at the back grid of the GT3s. Rambach up 23 places. That's the lead for the M2s that we're looking at right now. After lap number 1 has been completed. So about 35 more of these to go. Rambach has got a small lead to the guys behind. So we see a GT4 there in the distance. Rambach having a very, very good job on the start. Going to be having a little bit look at what happened at race lap number 1, turn number 1, or at least turn number 1 from the car's perspective. Mutters, you can see going through Lacombe. See if something happens here. If there's contact, there is a small nudge somewhere. I have a GT3 coming on through. That is, should be just a small little tap. Nothing too big. See if we can get a few more here. So we're going through No Name. That's a big send there into No Name. That's one of the M2s being sent wide. As Van Aubel sends it on past. One of the M2s being bullied there. That's what happens when you're in the slower class. It's when these faster guys think they have it. And that's a big send onto the GT4s. And that sends them backwards. And no doubt more cars being piled up there into Pujon. Unfortunately being the case. Bradbury. We're going through the final sector as well. What happened here? Big slipstream. No understeer yet. We're heading towards the bus stop chicane. This might be the big pile-up. You see a few McLarens, and that's a late brake into the rear of the McLaren ahead. And that is a backwards sideways car. Not one that you want to have, of course. And this is the result somewhat of all those incidents. We see all the cars being parked up there. Everyone going wide at the bus stop exit. Trying to rejoin the track. Venerovna being one of the drivers to exit that one quite cleanly. That's Boothby and Gasquel coming through. That's a small tap as well into the source. As they're trying to make their way through. 255 Go setup steam. Doing that quite well. Boothby currently up in 22nd. Gasquel up into 19th. Terpstra up 9 places. The 26th. Started off in the lower half, is looking to make his way up to the upper half as we see more and more cars leaving the pits and joining the fray, joining the fight once more. As Russell currently has quite a gap behind to Giraud. The top 5 are still fighting, so the podium isn't yet decided. Lapinas is right ahead of Grunther, who we're seeing from the hood of Voigt's car. 105 chasing down the cars ahead, trying to make the podium position. Of course, the races are not won on lap number 1. Of course, can be won a little bit further ahead. We will have one pit stop at least for all of these drivers. Because it's an 80-minute race, you don't have fuel to go that long. You have fuel for about 70, 75 minutes maybe. But 80 I don't think is allowed in these cars, so they will have to go in once at least. You can see a lot of damage on these cars as well. The Lexus of Boothby heavily damaged at the front and the rear. Probably part of a few incidents, or at least from what I think might be one of those taps that we saw on the replay into La Source. Maybe part of that pile-up as well. Spencer currently in 32nd, leading Santos closing in quite quickly. Is within the second. And the Mercedes GT4 going to be looking to improve his lap times. 2 minute 31.5 for Santos. And Russell putting it in a 2:16. Mirman is behind us as well. He's got about 2 seconds ahead of him, 5 seconds ahead of him before he joins the fight, but is currently under attack from Mazziol behind. Young first here. He was qualified quite high up. Yeah, that was P8 that he qualified. Started out in the pits and is now trying to pass these GT4s, trying to make his way up to the GT3 class. The slow GT3 coming on up, the 128 car. That's Rose, and he should have some sort of problem. Might have been contact. We saw the yellow lights out there with Rio as well in 30th. So the 128 car going a bit slowly and is now in between those GT4s. Young trying to make his way up, get that overtake done there. Rambach leading the M2s, and that was a GT3 passing on through Van Aubel. Car that we saw backwards in Pujon. Now Brenham following these two through, and Ramadan in 42nd. It's now shuffling in as well, so we can see we have that fight going on there. We do have Santos and Rios. Oh, that's a car on its head. And that's not something you want to see when you're driving. A car on its head on the top of Radion. That's supposed to be a big incident. That sends them all back to the pits. And we might have a big problem on our hands. Because, as we know, this simulator doesn't like cars when they go on their heads. It might happen on the uphill. No Rouge and Radion. Left-hander There are the cars. That's a GT4. That's a sliding GT3. And there they go. And I believe we might have a big problem on our hands. And that is that Santos is currently in the pits. Everyone else is still driving, so that is still good. But that is a big incident on the top of the hill. Santos going into one of the GT3s. This Voigt is now fighting for P3 with Lapinas. Already passed Grundler a few moments ago and is now up to P3. So holds on to that potential podium. As we see Lapinas having to defend behind Grundler. Looking for something, trying to open up the line to get a good exit out of the source. Maybe get that double slipstream from the two cars ahead, P4 and P3. We'll be looking for a good line through Eau Rouge, through Radion. Hopefully no car stationary now on the top of the hill. Big touch on the curbs. Big direction changes as well. So they're going through Kemmel onto the Kemmel straight. And it looks like Grundler is losing ground, but Lapinas is quite close to Voigt. Will go for a look? Definitely have a little look. Not a send. He's going to stay behind because that is one of the back markers right up ahead. They're having to pass only 4 laps in. And we have our first case of blue flags already in. Gasquel now side by side. So they're going to be 3 wide into Lecombe. It's only going to be 2. Gasquel taking everyone away. But behind him, Pozimski and Kozeks having a little battle here. Pozimski getting that position. Up 4 places is the 113 car. Swatko getting one now as well. And it looks like Kozeks is just going to be left behind. And Aiden is right behind this fight as well. He'll be trying to see if where he can put his car and gain on this fight. Because of course, if you're battling, you're losing time. Because the fastest you can go is as fast as the slowest car of the two. And of course, you lose even more time when you're taking the suboptimal line. And Aiden, of course, sees that from a little distance. Firenze trying to make opportunistic stuff of Quick's bad exit or bad bus stop run. Does have the outside line here, but should be able to brake later as Quick is dropped behind. And that's one of the M2s that he's fighting his way through. Damaged car, so it might have been part of an incident. And he's got M2s all around him. Fighting with Nos right ahead. He's just trying to make his way past the M2s as well. So the 422 car and the 413 currently in a battle. But they're surrounded by M2s, and this is what multi-class racing is all about. Trying to make your way through all the slower class cars as you're making your way towards your own class, trying to gain the positions there. And usually that's for blue flags, but this is for positions that the M2s are allowed to defend. I don't see why you do that very hardly, because as you can see, the GT4s are a bit quicker than the M2s. So there's no way, no reason for you to go hard on the defense. But if it's the final lap, and as an M2 you're ahead of a GT4, you are allowed to defend as hard as you possibly can. And this is one of those defensive moves that we can see here as Nos and Zaza having a little contact. So we do see Firenze trying to make his way through that as well. That's going to show up into the damage report on the left hand side. Zaza dropping back now. Nos is through. Firenze is through now as well. Big flashes here from the GT3s. They're making their way through this fight as well. That is something you don't want as an M2. It's a GT4 that doesn't have any patience, only thinks about their own battle. And that's of course not allowed. As a GT4, you have to make the overtake stick. And this is for position, so you have to do that anyway. But if it was for blue flags, you have to do the overtake calmly and quietly. You can't impede on anything. But this M2 battle is quite close as well. Quick lost the position to the GT4 a little bit ago. Now it's got Mullers and Hufschmidt right behind him. This is from the view of the front bumper of the 517 M2 car. He's looking ahead at Mullers, having a look at Quick's inside line through Blanchimont. Looks like they're going to go side by side. Who's going to come ahead? And Quick, not so quick through this section, will stick behind. Might have a small look in the bus stop chicane. Already defensive on the right hand side from Mullers. That's GT3 coming on through. They can break so much later through these sections. And that's a big send from our leader. of the leaders of the race that are coming through now. That's massive stuff. I believe that's Voigt now on this way through this as well. Onto the source, the inside line now, as Quick is now still behind Mudders. Hofschmidt not able to make his way through. Pozimski getting something done. Grundler is into the pits and might be taking a very early pit here. I do believe that the pit lane should only be busy halfway through the race, about 40 minutes in. We've had 15, which means that we still should have about 25 minutes before we see the big pits happening. We will have a lot of pits happening throughout the race, of course, as everyone has to stop. And we've had a lot of pits in the first bit of the race as well. Big incidents happening. If you take your pit then, you won't have to pit later on. So that's of course something that maybe Grundler's trying to do now. Get the pit out of the way early, get the damage reset, get into some clean air. So you see some bunches forming on the track, as you can see on the right hand side of your screen. You have a track map. We're looking currently at Sam Gaskell, the red dot on the minimap. 102 car making his way up 26 places now from where he started in 36th. Now going through sector 2, there's a big space in sector 3 between all the GT4s, and maybe some of these drivers like Grundler are having to go to the pits to maybe have a look at getting some of those clean air spots. So we just saw Russell still out in first place, quite confidently, 3-second gap to Gerard, and Nater now on Zielke's rear through Fanje. So you have a quarter of the grid already done their stops, which is quite interesting. Quite interesting to see already, as these drivers are making their way through the traffic once more. And these are for blue flags, so this is one of those cases where you are not allowed to defend. You have to drive your line. They're making their way through this quite neatly. The GT3s, of course, having the most of this traffic to work with. You can see them weaving around the M2s and the GT4s ahead of them through Blanchimont. Here they go. And just for your information, apologies if I sound a little bit weird or if I cut off at some points. Still a little bit sick from a few weeks ago. If you watch the Pro Series, you'll remember that. I still a little bit of a cough, so my voice sometimes just goes, and I have to mute myself, go have a little cough, and then the voice works wonders once more. As Gaskell is now fighting for position. This is Totogashvili into turn 1. Has got the door open, which means his Lexus can send it all the way in and pass the not only 1 but 2, as Nader has lost some time to Zielke, which has gone ahead. We could just see go up to Eau Rouge, and Gaskell claiming the bit of space that he took rightfully after Lasors, after Nader went a little bit too wide. Lost a lot of space to Zielke, actually. It's about 2 seconds that he's gone. That was about half a second just a few bits ago. Swatko now making his way through as well, that 112 BMW. Having some traffic. He's going to send in this M2, yes he is. The straight line speed also a lot different between these cars. GT4s and the GT3s, of course, having that difference in lap time of about 15 seconds. 10 seconds. About 10 seconds, and the M2 is about 15 seconds. And Tancano looking behind him. Who does he have? That's Swatko. It's gone up to B13. And also these drivers making spaces, and very little drivers losing spaces, and that's all because if one driver loses about 10 spots, there's 10 drivers that can gain 1 spot. That of course shows why a lot of these drivers are up either 1 or 2 spaces. As we've had drivers like Young, currently in P26, starting out in P8 officially, going back to the pits, but he has recovered quite well after the lap 1 has concluded. Kazakhs, of course, being a little victim of an overtaking spree from Aidin Swatko, Rudif Pozimski as well, just a few laps ago. Looking away through Stavolo. That's Boothby in the pit, and Vermander as well, the number 118 car. Ferrari into the box. So they're going to take their stops quite early and then run the rest of the race cleanly. That's something we saw with Grundler as well. It was currently see if we can find him on the standings somewhere. Brennan holding on to the lead of the M2s as it stands. The 501 car in P37 will go past these two as well, so it's going to be more traffic for Boothby and for Vermander. They're on their way out. Seems like the 101 car currently on the uphill, so that means that he'll be clearing these for sure. The M2s, of course, being quite slow, and that's quite neatly done there. As there's a GT3 that goes completely wide there on Eau Rouge. Unsure which car that was. It's the 123 car. It's currently stationary on top of the hill. That is Zielke. Was just being chased down a few laps ago that we were just looking at with Nader as well. We got quite clear. Let's see what happened here on the replay. Getting past the M2 here. As a row of 3 cars goes to the left-hand side. Gets massive understeer, hits the barriers, and then slides on through. And that must be mega suspension damage. Don't think you can drive that car back to the pits for an entire lap, because I don't think you can even steer left anymore after that. That means a big reset for Zielke. We'll be losing a few positions. In the meantime, Russell has got about 3 seconds, 4 seconds now, 5 seconds. Telemetry is acting up a tiny bit, but he should have a big gap to Giraud behind. See that on the minimap, the 103 car being Russell, the red triangle showing leader. The 104 car a little bit further behind. Connect right now. BMW GT3. So there appears to be a big incident into Lecombe. Onto the Camel Straight now. Lots of back markers. You can see 2 cars with a fight, and one of the M2s making a lot of space, but still small contact. And Terpstra, with that contact being sent into the wall, slight tap to the front, should be able to recover quite neatly. And does so. It's currently P24 through Pouhon as he makes his way with hopefully a lightly damaged car and an M2 that's not too mad at him, because that might be problems for later on. Small flashing to the GT4 ahead, showcasing that you want to pass, or otherwise you'll get stuck. As we see right here, evidently Rancagno, now behind an M2 through the bus stop, has to slow down quite heavily to make his way through that bus stop chicane. As the first quarter of the race has completed, 20 minutes done, 60 minutes to go. Pit window still open towards the end of the race, so it's all the driver's pick on when to stop. Swatko currently good pace, solid pace, 2-minute 20s quite consistently. That's even more impressive if you take all the back markers into account, all the GT4s that they have to pass on their way. Going to be finding a few more as we go. Swatko now looking at Rancagno. The door is open, but a little bit too far away, out of range of the knob not being there. Quite slidey as he's fighting the car through Lecombe. The right-hander now into the hands of Rancagno. Taking the lead a little bit further. Swatko out of position. So we can see them going through Brazil and chase down these guys. Modica currently in 7th place. Can pass one of the GT4s. And Gasquel on a legendary run from P36 all the way up to 6th now. He's making his way through all the GT4s as Bucher is right up ahead in the Ferrari, the 116 car. Pulling up smoke and dust to see if Gasquel can get bothered by any of this. Maybe thrown off guard. Small slide for the Ferrari up ahead. Gasquel will have the big slipstream going into Blanchimont. Will have the speed, and that looks like a position just given. That looks like Bucher has just gone off the gas and let Gasquel through. Either that or Gasquel has installed some very serious nitros on his car, which I don't believe is illegal in this series. So that appears to be just a position handed to him. As Bucher isn't really looking to fight back. But the pace difference being so big, I don't think that is up to car. Lexus is strong, but the Ferrari is as well. So let's go now. Going to react to the defense of Rancagno. A little bit too late on the brakes. Has to change routes onto the runoff area. And that should be positioned for Rancagno back. And it is Swatko having the worst exit out of the final turn. And Rancagno with a good defense held the inside line and will hold on to this a little bit more. Boothby with the stop already completed has got the free air in the Lexus, the 101 car. Qualifying in 38th, is now up to 29th. If you look at our leader, he's currently in Brazil, and Boothby has the free air, has done a 4-minute 17 on his pit lap, and now a 2-minute 18.7. He's in 29th place, and he should not be too far off the leader. Looking at Spencer, as he is still our hold of the GT4 lead. We'll have the front runners up. I believe that is Voigt once again in the Aston Martin, the Lightning McQueen car coming on through. As we have in our sights our second place, which is about 7 seconds back. Daniel Meerman in the 416 McLaren GT4, currently in 28th. It's quite a big gap to reach, but we might be able to see them clear that gap if they go a little bit further on, because there's still 55 minutes to go. That's of course enough time to get any gap closed down enough. One mistake and it might be over for our GT4 leader. I was going to say the same for Brenham, our M2 leader. The gap behind to Rambach a little bit bigger, supposed to be 7, 8, 9, 10 seconds. Of course, has still one mistake away, one big mistake. We saw that with the Zulka as well. One mistake on a Rouge Rally on the way. Rambach here, our second place of the M2s. Also quite far clear, about 10 seconds to Ramadan behind in P41 overall, but third in class. Of course, a good fight here, with all the GT3s trying to pass. Schmidt in 47th is now behind Zaza. These are one of the pairs that were involved with some incidents with the GT4s trying to pass. Luckily that is a GT3, so that's way easier to pass. Schmidt now right behind Zaza. Has got a very slow exit. Of course, having to wait for the GT3s to get their passes done, and then it's sniffing the diffuser for Hufschmidt, who knows he's got the pace, knows he's got the speed. A little bit of a slipstream. Will he have a look into Fanye out of Pujon? He will have a look. Will have a send as well. Can he get the car stopped in time? He can. Box it on the apex, and that is a position gain up to P46. That is up 24 places from where he started, down in P70. Samuel Hall, one of the drivers that did not set a lap time in qualifying, I believe starting out last place. Currently up 40 places from where he started. That's a fantastic run as well. So we're looking at Newcope in the GT4. Going through the bus stop, the right-hander going quite well. Left-hander quite well up until a small little tap. That's a car trying to sneak its way through onto the grass, and that cut off a little bit too early. I believe that I want to hope that ended well. I'll carry on here. Good switch back here to go around the outside of the second bus stop corner. Doesn't have the speed, unfortunately. We'll slow into the side, and there's the grass that he runs onto. And that is not some space that you want to be. Small tap there. That's rough racing. And here they are right behind Samuel Hall. They both survived, luckily. Because that is some Monza Formula 1 stuff that we saw last week from Verstappen and Norris. One driver driving straight, the other one driving straight onto the grass. It's not, of course, something you want as a driver. Of course, both drivers being happy with, well, one of them being happy with the outcome, as Swatko wants to be happy as well. Tries to have another look into the bus stop chicane on Rancagno, who's still holding on to the position. There's P10 the fight. And Swatko in 11th. Still not able to get past the 108 car. So we're looking at Nader, who's a little bit further ahead, getting a place on Toto Gashvili. The 114 car. Right behind him. So that's a good run up to Rouge and Radio, and maybe we can retake the position. maybe we see one yellow car getting past the grey Audi. The Ford, of course, having massive power, but there's an M2 in the way as they're heading into Le Combe, and with the M2 leave the space, there's much space given as the M2 runs off the track. Nader still holding on to P7 and up 9 places from 16th. I do believe that Swatko just got the position off of Rancagno a little bit further back in Le Combe. That is the position swapped, with Swatko being up to P10. Rancagno is still close behind, and Aiden only has a GT4 between him and this battle, so this could be a three-way fight for 10th position. Swatko trying to make their lives a little bit more difficult and going up and up the pace, passing the cars as quickly as possible. And now looking ahead to see which car he has to catch. That's Pozimski, and he's already there. So that is campus currently, Fanya currently being entered onto campus, and Swatko can look ahead. I believe I saw a yellow flag for the 1-2-3 car. That's Zilke once more. I don't think that's on the uphill that I saw him being yellowed, but it might be once more. Oh, that's a big slide there. That's the other way this time around for Zilke. That's a bigger smack that we saw from before, currently sideways. And should be driving again. Naiga through Blanchemont, through Le Combe. See what happens here, a little bit too much curb. That looks to be fine. That looks to be fine as well. As we're back into the action, that's Swatko currently up to 9th place. He's side by side with Pozimski into La Source. Will Pozimski stay behind though? Onto La Source, a little bit wide there from Swatko, and Pozimski in the prime position to go for the up and under and retake that position up to 9th place. Back again for Pozimski. Seems to be one small tap being given between the two. They do have a GT4 right ahead of them into Radion, who does want to take the space, and that's being blocked for Swatko. That's not something you want to see. That is a Rancagno onto the grass as these three are making their way on towards Le Combe. Rancagno, of course, wanting to gain that position back. Swatko into the defensive moves. Pozimski knows he doesn't have to go as defensive anymore because Swatko now has different problems. There's an M2 in the way as well, and Swatko not having the greatest day with traffic. Aiden trying to follow through as well as cleanly as he possibly can. That's 10th place still being held by Swatko. Lost 1 place to Pozimski after he gained it just a few moments ago. So that's that back down to 10th as these 4 will fight for P9. And Totogashvili currently in 8th. Chasing down Bucher and Nator as Gaskel has gone up to 5th place. And Bucher, I believe, dropped down behind Nator as well. Now Totogashvili looking to go a little bit wide, perhaps, after Stavelo. He's now chasing down 2 cars ahead of him. That will be for 6th position. This fight ever so close. Swatko up ahead behind Pozimski. Can he do a move again? That has a GT4 in the way. And Rancagno going at maximum speed. Swatko having to weave out of the way for that GT4. That space being given to Rancagno. And Pozimski a little bit defensive, not to lose another position, this time to a different driver. And Aiden looking at all this fighting and wanting to join in. Turn 1. Pozimski still holding on to that place. Swatko a little bit slidey on the exit, squirrely on the exit of La Source. The rear is sliding around a little bit too much. Let's see if Aiden can get that run up to La Source, up to Radion. A little bit too much aero wash, I think. Couldn't get the car turned in. That should be a warning on his end. The 106 car rather staying within the range as Rancagno takes the good run and gets past Bozimski. Swatko trying to do the same, but doesn't have the speed, doesn't have the range to do so. Puts Bozimski on a difficult line. That's an odd place to place an overtake, so you should just follow that perfect line. And Rancagno, having that line, gathered it, grabbed it, pulled it, and gone into P9. They'll still look very much alike. Mutters, in the meantime, have a little look at the M2 class. Currently fighting for 5th in class with Zeitz. He's messed up a tiny bit there, a little bit wide in the first corner of Fanje. Still holds onto the place, doors wide open. That's Mutters having a small little send on the inside. Can he get it stopped in time right on the edge of the track limits? That makes the corner. That's position number 43 and 5th in class for Mutters. It's a great job done. Santos still making his way through the M2s. That might be because of pit stops as well, but Mutters is going to be very happy with P5. We'll have to defend it though into the bus stop. Zeitz will have a big slipstream all the way through from Stavolo up to the bus stop chicane, but simply is too far away from the looks of it. Mutters not even going defensive, will just take this right-hander and then the left across the line in 43rd, 5th in class, as we are close to approaching the halfway mark of the race. 15 laps being completed by our leader, 45 minutes to go, 35 just gone. We might see a surge in pit stops here as we're approaching the halfway mark of the race. And there's the optimal pit stop window. Humbert in the 510 car doing exactly that, going into the pits. And Hamal has a GT3, currently being a 51st. Not a place that you want to be, down 20 places from where he started in the 131 Lamborghini. That is, of course, in the midst of this M2 pack. Gonna make his way through the GT4s as well. So he makes easy work of Gansauer in P50. And just a few moments behind this, Reinsch is making his way up the hill. Trying to have a little fight with Gemot in the GT4 class. And these guys are all fighting in the midst of the M2s and the GT3s. There's a McLaren having a little look on the inside. 720S Evo going around the outside here, and two of them going around the outside. That's two GT3s making their way through the pack. The 513 car now dropping 2 minute 40s, 2 minute 41s. Currently in P52. I see yellow icon at Kissel, but none for the cars around him. That might mean that he's had some contact with one of the front runners. Swatko has dropped to P10. Or increased to P10. That should be someone who has stopped. As Bucher has gone down into the pits, that's P23 at the moment. Terpstra has gone in as well, but has had an incident, so was behind this pack already. And that explains why Pozimski is currently in 8th, Rancagno in 9th, Swatko in 10th, and Aiden in 11th. They were fighting for P9 at some point, and now it's fighting for P8. Pozimski has gone back and up to P8. These guys, a good 4-man battle. That is going to be for net P10, I believe. Should be right around there. So we do have Terpstra out of the pits very closely. Bucher is out. Bucher was in P7, I believe. He's now going to go out in P23. A few seconds ahead of Boothby, which is going to put Boothby ahead of this gap as well. So he has done his stop already. Unsure if we can get that on our timing tower at some point. That would be nice to see who has done their stops already and who is still yet to stop. It's a yellow flag for Vermander, the 118 car. Going slowly, losing a lot of time compared to the car ahead. You see the 411 car going slowly on the GT4s in the final sector. So some mistakes being made on their own as well, which can, of course, make your race a whole lot more difficult. As Venerovna is also in P20. And Grundler, one of the front runners that has stopped, is now trying to make his way through the grid back up again. And here we see everyone who has stopped. Grundler being the first out to have stopped. Bucher right behind Boothby as well. Vermander has stopped. And that is everyone ahead of Grundler that still has stopped. That explains that 24-second gap. And Voigt is now in, so that's going to be one of our benchmarks. So we can see where Voigt is going to end in relation to Grundler. That's where we can see what the gap will be towards everyone else and where these front runners are going to get. And especially Russell, who's been doing such a great job. Doing it 17.8 at one point even, a few laps ago. It's up 8 seconds from Giraud, and that gap is only looking to be increased. As you see, a few more drivers going in. This is kind of what we're expected to see approaching the halfway mark of the race. 40 minutes, half past, 40 minutes to go. And into Brazil goes Russell. And Dugashvili, Swatko into the pits now as well. Swatko undoubtedly wanting to relieve himself of this battle, throw himself into maybe a bit of clean air, and then get the undercut done. Grundler in 20th. Where does Voigt exit? The 110 car of Antonen currently should be getting some places as well. As we see Swatko into the pits. Rio is into the pits as well. Tatagashvili stationary now. Long pit lane on this track. Voigt still stationary. Grundler, the 119 car, appears to be approaching Sector 3's bus stop chicane. And it's a long pit stop. If your box is early on, it feels like a long run towards the end. But if your box is late, you might have a better indication of where you're going to exit. Voigt is up the hill now and will be exiting the pit lane back up to speed, whereas Grundler is now onto Lasource, and that is the gap between the 119 and the 105 car. From Lasource almost up to the Camel Straight, and that's the gap that we saw unexpectedly, I think, as Grundler was with the front runners quite a little bit ago. It's currently 15th and 16th, so there's no car for position in between that. Spozimski is currently behind at Roncagno, was ahead. So these two have been swapping positions back and forth for a while. Let's see which one of these two goes into the pits first. Swatko has already gone in, has already removed himself from this battle, from this madness, and Brzezinski having a back marker in his way, and goes in right behind Roncagno into the pits. So that is going to be a big bunch of drivers in. Russell still staying out, and Lapinas currently in second place. Gasquel in third. Giraud has gone in. Aiden looks to be going through. It's the 106 car taking turn number 1 and going up the order a little bit, as Giraud will be in the pits. It's now gone up to 4th place. Of course, will be dropping back like a rock once he takes a stop, as everyone else will be getting past this bunch. Now with a small look to the GT4s as well. Spencer currently in P34, but as you can see, he has already stopped and should be the first ones of the GT4 stoppers. Matziol ahead of him, as well as Meerman in 29th. But those two drivers have not stopped yet. So that means we still have our Spencer at the net lead of our GT4 class. Brenham, M2 leader, now into the pits. Rambach ahead, hasn't stopped yet either, so Brennan still in the net lead. Rambach taking a few more laps with this damaged and bent M2 car. As, of course, as predicted, our pit lane is going to fill up and the track is going to clear up. So this is one of the advantages. If you pit a little bit early, you can have a bit more space in the busy zones. So if you pit around 10 minutes before this, you'll have some more spots to get your clean laps in. As we have LFM's Noe currently making his way through the bus stop chicane, not sending it into the pits just yet. Currently in P55. He's making his way on to the source. I'm trying to get past all these M2s that have stopped, and Noe has done the stop already as well. As you can see on the screen, everyone with a 1 has completed their stop. Everyone with the 0 has not yet. So he's currently in a clean fight with Meyer up ahead. He's got 5 seconds. He's gone quite some good pace on his hands. There's a big bump there into Radion. That's one you have to watch out for. So the 408 car having a good run. A little bit further up ahead, P48. See Bars in the 404 car having a little fight with Nos in the 422 car. So these cars, I believe, have been at it for a little while, as Russell, race leader, has gone into the pits and given over the lead to Lapinas. He's currently out in sector 2. Gaskell right behind him, just a few seconds. About 8 to go to Lapinas. Of course, there's a big difference between them. And you can see Russell already out of the pits, currently in P4. Might be P5 as if Young can catch up to him, but I don't think that's going to be the case. The 103 car currently on the Camel Straight and has stopped with the fastest laps in his hands and is out in 4th place. That is absolutely ridiculous. If you look at Bucher stopping in, I believe, 7th or 8th and down to 19th. You see Swatko getting some places now as Welsh goes into the pits as well. Tozagashvili ends up being ahead of him. And Rancanio actually being quite a bit behind as Kazex stopped early, now exited ahead of the 108 car as well. And Lapinas now in the lap after Russell and handed over the lead back to Gaskell, who's, well, back to Gaskell, handed the lead to Gaskell. It was started in 36th, qualified almost last in the GT3s, is now holding on to the lead. And of course, still has to stop. Lapinas now in. He's going to have his stop completed. Russell has done his stop as well and will be exiting ahead of Lapinas as he makes his way through the hill. Gaskell has completed a semi-last at first already. But he'll have to, I think, hold on to this position if he wants to really complete that work. But I don't think he can do that until the end, because he still has 1 stop that he has to make. Can't go to the end on these tires with his fuel. He's definitely trying his hardest to get the best out of it. Lapinas 109 car still stationary. Voigt is now making his way up to P6. Wesner being dropped, one of the cars that hasn't stopped yet. Giraud right behind him, the 104 and the 105 cars in tandem. So making the way up the order. Lapinas is currently still in the pits, still stationary as these 2 drivers are coming through, I believe. He should be driving right about now. Russell is already passed. And this is Voigt and Giraud already stopped for position with Lapinas, who is just up the hill on the pit exit. And it's now an inter-team battle. Giraud in 7th on Voigt, currently in 6th place. Big run, something you can make out of turn number 1. Big slipstream as well into Lecombe. He's going to go for the send. He's not even going to go for the look. Small defensive look there from Void as the M2s are scattering around these GT3s. This is a fight for very high positions, and the M2s are leaving the space quite nicely. That was very, very close. And I do believe we see Giroud there with a yellow icon. Maybe a small tap with one of the M2 cars that have been shuffling around the track. And Void in 6th position, still ahead of his teammate Giroud. Or at least I assume they're teammates with this livery. Lapinas just barely ahead of them. Gonna have a look at some positions. I believe that's Young right up ahead, but Young hasn't stopped. So that means that this is not for net position. He has 4th place in his hand. Antonin has to stop as well. Gaskel too. But this does show that Russell is about 13 seconds ahead of Lapinas. And that I do believe Gaskel will drop all the way behind that. And this is an important overtake though for Lapinas. Wants to hold on to that net 2nd place. Has to get past Young. If Young does not go for the stop, he'll have to do it quickly. Antonin now in. Lapinas having a look. So this is not blue flag. This is for position. GT4 is not for position. And that's a big send there for Lapinas. So I do believe that was a Young into the pits. Knows there's no use fighting this position. GT4 is passed and Lapinas back up to net 2nd place. And that looks to be Void having a big old send on the inside. Doesn't get the car stopped in time and loses a little bit more time here. That was a very nice opportunistic stuff if he made that stick. Whereas exit, of course, going up over Rouge and over Radion, over the hill. Don't believe he's close enough for anything of the sorts going into Lecombe. Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe this Aston Martin has the power. Then again, the car ahead is also an Aston Martin, so it might just be... oh, that's a Bentley. Apologies. The logo looks so similar. Void nowhere close to get anything done right now on our 2nd place driver Lapinas. A little bit bumpy there through Lecombe. The M2s to get away. Gaskel's now into the pits too. He's going to be handing over the lead back to Russell, and now it's a interesting one to see where Gaskel is going to end up compared to these guys out in front. So Russell going to retake the lead. Lapinas in 2nd, Void taking that 3rd place, and Giroud will be in 4th. So the 104 car will inherit that 4th place, but is still fighting for that 3rd place. Wessner is right behind him in 6th. Grundler has lost some places though. I believe was in the top 5, but stopped very, very early. It's Gaskel making his way through the pit lane. It shows a Rouge, but he's not nearly there. Russell going through the bus stop chicane. As Gaskel is going to drop his car into his box and have his 32nd stop. Right about now, the Lexus being elevated and serviced as our 103 Bentley making his way through La Source and getting ready to retake the lead that he got, the position that he got from his qualifying. An amazing lap into the 2-minute 16s. The only one to go as fast as he did. No one close to compete, and back up in the lead goes Jan Russell. The LFM Esports team 103 car up into 1st. Lapinas will get back that 2nd place. Gaskel is going to drop down. If this exit is slow enough, it should be. It's closer than I thought it would be, actually. Void goes through as well. Giroud might be a little bit too far away. That's Gaskel in net 4th position. Giroud passing now, though. That's Gaskel in net 5th position. That's a very, very good stint there from Gaskel. Or either a very fast pit stop, but that is unbelievable stuff from the 102 car. Starting 36th and now going all the way up to 5th place. That's absolutely phenomenal. It's Boothby, currently his teammate in 12th place, has got Aiden right behind him. I believe that is an overtake just done, Lexus on Lexus. I don't believe Aiden is done with it yet. Still quite close within the second. And have a good run through Eau Rouge and Radion. And then grab the slipstream within half a second. But we might have to go defensive into Lecombe. Doesn't look like Aiden's ready to send it just yet. We'll stick behind as he falls his way through the 101 car. Lexus already done his stop as well. Wesner still has to stop. It's going to throw him a few places behind as well. That puts everyone that's close behind him up a few places. The fights are quite close from 8th onwards down. Voigt is now side by side with Lampinas going through Blanchimont. The outside line usually not the one that you want to take here. A little bit too wide though as he goes off the track. I'm unsure if Lampinas is going to be happy with this one. Going to the bus stop chicane is having a small look to the right hand side. Will slot in behind Voigt. The Aston Martin taking second place. Lampinas trying to look into La Source. Voigt doesn't go defensive, goes towards the outside of the track, leaves the door wide open, believes the switchback is possible, but Lampinas, the great retake into turn 1, is going to take P2 back from Voigt. It's now a Bentley 1-2 as they're heading up. Eau Rouge, left, right, then Radion making their way through Kemmel and onto the Kemmel straight, trying to break the slipstream. Voigt is only trying to duck back into it. Instantly defensive from Lampinas, and Voigt being pushed all the way to the outside of the track. Lampinas trying to hold on, but this is an inside that turns into the outside, and Voigt having that line already completely ahead before the right-hander. And that's Lecombe completed, and Voigt being ahead. Gaskell having a look at this and knowing that the podium positions are right into grasp and almost able to be touched there. That's Lampinas. His diffuser in view from the front spoiler, front bumper of Gaskell. Small slide there for Lampinas as well. So we're looking at an M2. It's making his way through Pouhon. Of course, very dangerous driving. If you have all these cars behind you, it's always interesting to see what these M2s can cook up. And it's always interesting if you're in an M2 to see all these GT3s approaching and thinking, can I get this apex? And then half a second later, the GT3s are already there. That's what happened here with these three drivers sliding their way through. Now, hopefully, Gaskell is able to get through this without too much of the aero wash. The Bentley's a big corner, big gap in the air, big slipstream. Voigt doesn't want to lose 2 places, so it's going to play it safe. But does have quite a few cars up ahead that appear to be GT4 or GT3s even. Or is that just GT4s? As this is going to be a big shuffle in positions. That is Gaskell having a quick look and a big break. Very, very late into the turn. And Lampinas getting overtaken by Gaskell. As Voigt is still there, ahead of all of these GT4s. Now Gaskell having to stop behind Lampinas, taking away that position back, as he did in this place, a lap behind this one as well. Does he hold it though? Gaskell holding on quite strongly, side by side, through their way of Sector 1, but Gaskell slowing in behind. Thinking better of going side by side through Eau Rouge. We've seen it happening quite a few times. Of course, it happened on lap number 1. That didn't end up too well. 2 drivers into the pits already. Now we have a little look, and I believe Lampinas being the one to have to send it. Voigt going defensive ever so slightly, but wanting to keep that perfect run through Lecombe. Lampinas on the inside as Gaskell using all of the road available to him. Lampinas all the way towards the inside. You can go around the outside here, but not if there's a back marker in the way. The 124 McLaren. That's Welsh in 22nd. Has a little contact with the Voigt, now with Lampinas as well. And maybe with Gaskell. That's going to be a sandwich. That's a car sideways. And that is, I believe, a back marker That's dropped all the way back, but Lapinas, most importantly, he's dropped back to 5th place. That's Gasquel and Giraud through. See what happened there on the replay. That's Jonathan Noe in the GT4. You can see the fight behind Voigt in the red car. Lapinas on the right-hand side. Voigt on the inside. Has a small tap to Noe. That was all fine. And then a big slide from Lapinas into, I believe that was a McLaren GT4. That sending everyone into a little bit of a cluster and into the walls. Of course, not something you want to happen. Now Gasquel up into 3rd. Giraud passed as well, and Lapinas have to pick up the pieces. This red car being the 104 of Giraud and needing to defend from Lapinas. See some more cars still stationary, or again stationary, in the exit of No Name. We have Rambach here with a incident, and the M2 here into the right-hander of Brazil, still fine. Now they're on to the left, and this is of course on a lap down. Space is there. See if anyone goes wide. That's Rambach hitting the corner, hitting the apex, and then getting sent towards the outside, and then of course hitting the car that was about to overtake him. There's Noe, one of the victims of that incident, into the pits now in 51st. Brenham, the leader of the M2s, is still a little bit up ahead. He's making his way through La Source now, on his way up the hill, leading the M2s. And having a look at these GT4s as well. Spencer still ahead of the rest of the GT4s. Vermander is quite close now. That is one of the GT3s trying to pass. As you can see from the car numbers, the 407 being part of the GT4s and the 118 car being part of the GT3s. And Spencer still leading his class with Meerman about 9 seconds behind. So that gap has only increased by about a second since the last time we checked in with the second class. That's still going to be the podium though. Third place being given to Heim as it stands, who's 25 seconds ahead of Santos, who still has to pit, who is ahead of the 4th place. That's Gansauer. So that's going to be a while before Heim is going to lose that potential 3rd place. Hamal here, being in the middle of this, but he's a GT3, so it doesn't count in the standings of the GT4. Will count in the standings for overall though. So I might be happy to keep that place. Ramadan currently in 2nd place of the M2s, and Van Rossum behind in the 504, 3rd place. But Ramadan has quite a ways to go. It's about 35 seconds to Brenham, Van Rossum about 6 seconds to Al Ramadan. So might have a look to see if he can gain that 2nd place. He's got only a few seconds behind Zeit, the 505 car in P55. Quite closely. There it is. We might have a fight still on our hands for 3rd place in the M2 class. Slightly there from Van Rossum. The gap around 2 seconds, hovering here and there. The 418 car currently stationary in the Lecombe section. I'm not sure who the 418 is. He's driving once again. It's one of the GT4s. Might have a catch a little replay of what happened here. It's Gemot in 39th, going into the right-hander, and that's an M2 there. You can't turn into a car. Can't turn into a corner if there's a car already there. Having to wait now for all other cars to pass. And there's some of the GT3s that somehow decided that taking the off-road is more lucrative than going around the car. And of course, having to wait for the space on a track like this with 80 cars, of course, is going to be very difficult. Giraud now trying to defend from Lapinas. Both cars quite damaged here in the final 15 minutes of the race, as Lapinas is looking to have his ways up to P4. maybe even up to P3 if he can, but it does look like Void is just a little bit too far ahead. Just 2 corners ahead. That's back markers, and this might be opportunistic for one of the two, maybe. And it is for Giraud. Having to go past the back markers can sometimes open up the gap a little bit. Or it can also close it completely, and this time it is open a tiny bit. And Giraud taking Lapinas out of that crucial few tenths that you can have. That's all because they're approaching the bus stop chicane, and if you have only 2 tenths in between, you can, of course, have a little look, have a little send. Now the gap's up to a second from the exit of Stavlo. They're making their way onto the start finish line for lap number 28. Boothby has made his way up to the top 10 as well, so now right behind Swatko. Some fight with a few drivers, Mancanio being one of them, Pozimski as well, P12 and P14 respectively. And Boothby has entered the top 10 from P38. And Gaskell is in second place. Boothby hasn't quite equaled that feat. Defensive from Swatko into the bus stop chicane. Thinks that he has to. Boothby trying to make it the long way around. Maybe just going deep and having an early cutback. And now it's dangerous into Lasource. Where is Swatko going to defend? Still holding on to the inside line. Boothby is forced to go wide to the outside. Goes all the way to the right. And Swatko doesn't take all the space that he has. And that means it's a tighter line of slower speed onto the apex. And that means a position for Boothby, as he should be able to hold this into Eau Rouge. And does keep it as he's got the left hand side. And that means you almost always have the choice to keep the place into Eau Rouge. The driver on the right hand side usually backs out of it. If you back out a tiny bit like Swatko did, you might be able to drop it back in Les Combes. Long run and a small look. Swatko deciding to stay behind. This is a little bit too dangerous to give the position a go just yet. Up 15 places from where he started in P25th. That's a great run as well from Mike Swatko in the Strider Motorsport car. Some good stuff as well, as Lapinas is still chasing down Giraud. That is for 4th place. So Lapinas once held 2nd place. It's now dropped to 5th. Unfortunately, we will have to put a little bit more power on the pedal to catch up to the lads up ahead, and Giraud knows he's got 8 seconds up ahead and only has to worry about the car behind. 14 minutes remaining. It's about 7 laps to go. About 6 if we're looking at time. Very squirrely on the exit there for Lapinas. That's of course all due to either the back markers or his tires just running out. I believe it might be that both of them playing a bit of a game, a bit of a part in the loss of grip. Lapinas is back into those crucial half a second. It's a big run from Lasource, and if he's gained a few tenths already up the hill, he might gain a few more with the slipstream. We'll have the opportunity to have a small look, and Giraud might know it. There's the braking zone. That's very deep from Lapinas. He's locking all over the place. Now going onto the grass, trying to slow the car down, letting Giraud through, and all the chances of P4 slipping through his fingers. Not sure what happened there with Lapinas. He appeared to have it all under control, but then the grass came. Went to the right-hand side, braked, had to weave out of the way as Giraud got his braking perfect, but Lapinas maybe misjudged his braking point and lost the grip on weaving. Did an excellent job not to hit anyone on the track. So big kudos for Lapinas for not losing too much time and also not losing anyone else time. That's a good job from the 109 Bentley. And that does mean that Giraud is free from an attack for the next few laps at least. The Lapinas having about 2.5 seconds to make up for 2 seconds before the pressure is back on to the 104 car. So he can breathe for a little bit. Maybe pick up the pace himself as well as Russell. Still holding on to the lead, 20 plus seconds now to the second place driver, Sam Gasquel. And Russell, I believe, can breathe a little bit easier as well now, knowing that the drivers behind are still fighting. And Voigt is still in reach of a second place. If Gasquel has a little slip up, Gasquel has no way of reaching first if Russell has a small moment. And I don't believe Russell has had a single moment this entire race. It's to be clean, clean, and cleaner from our number 103 Bentley out in front. It's Voigt. Looks behind, sees Gerard free. Knows that his teammate is released from the pressure. Might be on it soon as Lapinas is getting the gap down a tiny bit. And Voigt now looking to Gasquel, looking just a few seconds ahead, because there he is, ahead of these M2 cars and the GT4. We'll see him going into the Lecombe corner. There it is, Sam Gasquel, and in the background there, we should have a red car of Voigt. Can you see him? There he is, just passing one of the M2s and chasing his way down. About 4 laps remaining. So we're currently on lap 30, which means 34 laps will be completed. Maybe 35 if Russell is quick to go over the line, but we'll see once that happens. And Gasquel looking behind, he's got 4 seconds. And Lapinas in the meantime, he's gone back within 2 seconds of Giraud. So we know that Lapinas has the pace. Just has to find the opportunity, and Giraud might be a little bit spooked now from the big send that Lapinas had in Lecombe before. But Gasquel pushing to the limits, kicking up some dust as well. Some of the gravel being kicked. Every single opportunity that he has to go wide, he does take it. Using all of the track, of course. And he does hold on to second place for now. And it doesn't look like Voigt is getting too much closer. That second place, driving through Blanchimont. Oh, that's a little bit dangerous there. It's a GT4 car. Almost messed up Gasquel's entire race. So he had to take avoiding action. I do believe that was still in place. Meerman and Heim currently fighting for second place. I believe the positions were reversed the last time we checked in with the GT4 class. So that means Meerman has lost the place to the 403 car. These two quite lonesome now in the back straight. Will have the 134 car approach them quite closely. That's Baki in 27th. Not on their race, so we'll be able to pass quite cleanly. Is a lap ahead as well. That's a little bit deep into the corner for Meerman, as the DRT teammates undoubtedly have switched positions due to maybe focus, maybe pace. But it might be still a fight. As we of course all know, teammates can also have a great battle. If you're any Formula 1 watcher, you can see that quite often in recent times. Firenze in 47th. Currently having a small look at Taborski in 46th. A good run out of the bus stop chicane for the 411 car. 413 having to stick behind. That's a GT3 getting an overtake done. A good run out of the source can mean the world for your overtake into Lecombe. The slipstream you get now will only help you achieve more speed on the way up. Having to let a GT3 through is of course not something that you need at this place. Going through the bumpy part of Radion, still alive. The gap a little bit too big to do anything about it. Gemot dropping down a place now. Kaiser gaining it for P40. Firenze unfortunately not able to get the spot. Zielke, as we saw, having more pit stops than anyone else. 2 stops for him. As we see Lapinas back up to the rear of Giraud. And we saw this before as well. Giraud being ahead. Lapinas being involved in an incident. Small tap on the curb. of Blanchimont. That's a big handle on the wheel. Still holds on to the grip, keeps it stable through the bus stop chicane now. Still trailing Gerard behind for P4 and 5. The fight still goes on as Gerard holds on to 4th place. And Lapinaz has the pace because, of course, his gap was about 2.5 seconds after the incident that Lapinaz had. He's having to fight his car, but he does have the pace because he closed the gap within, I think, 2 or 3 laps. So might have a look somewhere soon. We will have to make it soon because there's only 6 minutes remaining. And Russell currently halfway through the lap, so that means that there's only 3 laps remaining. Which means that we'll have 35 laps at the end completed. So these guys have about 3.5 laps remaining to finish out their fight, and Lapinaz knows the time is running out. And then again, Gerard knows the same. He knows that holding on to this means holding on to P4. His teammate ahead in 3rd. Might be looking backwards, might be looking at the live timing. It might be in voice chat. Might be communicating, getting a little pep talk. And Lapinaz undoubtedly has someone in his ear as well, giving him the same type of motivation, and these two going head to head for a position. And we saw Lapinaz have the pace as he chased down Gerard, but now he has to show it in an overtake, and that's always the difficult part, because chasing is one thing, overtaking is another. And usually you need a little bit of a pace difference to get an overtake done, and for these two it counts. If you have an opportunity, that's a good run out of the rear of Stavolo. That's a big pace Lapinaz has. Gerard a little bit worse speed out of that exit. There is a small bit of room between the two as they're going through Blanchimont. And will this be a send into the bus stop chicane? Will it be a defense into the bus stop chicane? Gerard all the way to the right hand side of the track. Not enough, but that's Lapinaz on the inside as they're going to the right hander. A small little bit of a contact there, and Lapinaz is through for now. Taking the wide line now. Gerard still has his front of his car ahead, but with the worst exit, taking that tighter line, his Lapinaz has the inside. Can push Gerard all the way to the outside of La Source entry. Will park the car on the apex and take that spot. That's a good run out of Stavolo, making it work into the bus stop chicane. So this track has got some great moments that you can make out of La Source into Lacombe, and out of Stavolo into the bus stop chicane. So just 2 very long runs, which cover almost half the track, I believe. We just saw the latter half of that playing a part in the overtake for Lapinaz onto Gerard to P4, but this first half from the source to Lacombe is going to help Gerard get that upper hand. It's a small tap from the front of Gerard to the rear of Lapinaz, and it looked to be an overtake clearly done for Gerard, but there looks to be some way that Lapinaz can still defend. So Gerard has got the upper hand in terms of position, but will he have the upper hand in terms of pace? Lapinaz has got the outside line, and if he can hold it side by side, he might have a chance here into No Name. He doesn't. He's behind last contact, and Lapinaz is not going to be happy with that. But Gerard, great fighting between the two in these final 2 laps of the race. And this is for 4th place. This is unfortunately not for a podium, but still for 4th place is a great fight. As we have Rose here in 26th, currently approaching a car park. I believe these are all cars on a different race. We'll have the leader Russell right behind him, who is on his way to lap. These guys could be starting 1 lap, and we'll take 1 more, so that's 2 more laps for Russell. And he can, of course, maybe slow it down and let everyone have this as a final lap. Young getting past Bucher now. Young with the very late pit stop will now gain a place, and that's up to 17th. As Swatko is still in the fight. Totogashvili up ahead in 9th place. Swatko is back in the top 10. 10th place to his name. The 112 car doing a good job of that. As Boothby is right up ahead fighting with Nader. We see Gerard and Lapinaz going at it again at the exit, so the fight is not over yet. The fights are not stopping. 2 more laps for these lads. Gerard going defensive, Lapinas, the up and under, switchback through La Source. It's actually happening now, as Gerard hasn't parked the car on the apex. And that was a mistake. A little bit too wide, a little bit too deep, and Lapinas taking away P4 once again up to a Rouge. And then through Radion. With the GT4 ahead, you have to lift off. Gerard doesn't have to do that as quickly. And that's a back marker that can completely ruin your line. And M2 being flanked by 2 GT3s, and Lapinas holding on to the inside line. Gerard with the better pace. We know Lapinas can send it on the inside here. Will take the long way around for the left-hander, and it's going to be left behind as Gerard will take back P4. This fight, I believe, is far from over, but it might be now, as they're approaching some more back markers. Boothby now right behind Nader. The Audi on the right-hand side of the track will be done and dusted before they even reach the corner. So that's Boothby up to 7th place from 38th. It's a great run from the 255 competition by Go Setups. Lexus, 101 car, having done a great run, as has the 102 car of Sam Gaskell's teammate, only in 2nd place. But second to Jan Russell is going to be starting his final lap. 23 seconds on the timer, meaning this will be lap 35 of 35. 250 kilometers around the Spa track. Of course, Russell in the 103 getting that pole position, meaning everything in this race. Getting a good start, getting the lead, extending it, and extending it. A little bit over the line there, but that's okay if you have the warnings to spare. 3 are fine, the 4th is a problem. Russell, no doubt, being under those 4. So from pole position, shuffling back after a pit stop, then getting it back after everyone else stops, to me means you're in net first all the way through. No one even compared to Russell today at Spa for our 250k event. Lapinas with a shaky hood almost had a chance to send it on Gerard once again. This fight is still not over. Goes on to the final laps, the final seconds, the final meters of the track even. So we know that the bus stop is a place that you can overtake. You have to be careful. If you overtake now, will you get the overtake back in the bus stop? But if you don't overtake now, will you be able to get it done in the bus stop? Gerard defensive into Lecombe, sending Lapinas the long way around, which he does try. But he doesn't have the speed to match Gerard, who will just take 2nd place, or take 4th place. As Boothby has gone up past Nader. You see the Audi in the back there trying to pass these M2s as well. Now behind Grundler, who had that very, very early stop, no doubt will be feeling the tires at this point. And Boothby with cleaner tires, able to send it right on through. Nader trying to do the same, as Grundler is hustling that Ferrari across the track with tires that are far too old compared to his competitors. And Russell, the only one without competitors. From start to finish, dominant. Pole position, race lead, race win for Jan Russell. The 103 Bentley taking the win at the 250k event here on Low Fuel Motorsport. Congratulations to the 103 Bentley for taking the lead. That will end the race for everyone else crossing the line. Bucher crossing in 18th. Having already finished the race, Gaskell now coming into 2nd place with an amazing run from 36th to 2nd. Only one driver he couldn't beat, and that is our leader. The podium position he'll get, and Voigt taking home that final step and the final trophy with the 105 Aston Martin in 3rd place. Gerard and Lapinas still fighting for 4th place. Let's see where they are at. I believe they're going to finish as they were. Gerard in 4th and Lapinas in 5th, but boy did they fight all the way till the very end. Gave us some good fighting. Spencer now across the line, winning in the GT4 category. The 407 Aston Martin GT4. Taking the win in his class. Meerman getting in third place as his teammate Haim will take second place. They're going to be finishing right behind each other within 2 seconds. So the 403 McLaren GT4 taking P2. And then right behind him, the 416 McLaren GT4 taking home third place. And Brenham also dominant from start to finish, winning out in the M2 class. The 501 BMW M2 taking the win. Oh, almost a minute ahead of Al Ramadan, who is way far behind still in the 512 car. Currently entering sector 3. There he is. He's going to be taking home second place with Van Rossum in the 504 car. Just a few meters behind him. No way he can overtake that. But he will take home P3 in the M2 class. The 2-second gap to Al Ramadan. And that is some good stuff from these M2s. Have behaved very nicely throughout this entire race, letting the faster class cars by. Even now, Ramadan slowing down in the bus stop chicane. This competitor closing in ever so slightly. That's Ramadan having second place in class, and Van Rossum closing in third place, with everyone else finishing up their laps and the race being done. Jan Russell, Brenham, and Spencer being your class winners in GT3, M2s, and GT4s respectively. And here we have a winner, Jan Russell, the 103 Bentley in view. And that concludes today's festivities of our 250k special event here at Low Fuel Motorsport. Of course, celebrating our 250,000 members on our website. And if you haven't joined one of these 250,000 members, if you're not one of these 250,000 members, you can make it 250,001. You can go to lowfuelmotorsport.com, sign up yourself, and join these races yourself once they come across. And let's recap the day a little bit. We've had a very nice 250k kilometers around the Nordschleife. About 10 laps. Started a little bit earlier today. Now, an 80-minute Spa multi-class race concluded. 250 kilometers around this beautiful track. And we're going to have the same amount of laps, the same amount of kilometers around Spa once again tomorrow, but this time in Automobilista, as we've already covered Assetto Corsa and Assetto Corsa Competizione for today. And tomorrow we'll have the GTEs, and that will be broadcasted on Automobilista 2. And this event should be brought in, I believe that will be John, who's going to be taking home the final event of this special activity that we've made specially for you, to thank all of our 250,000 members, and also to help congratulate everyone who's ever participated in any race. Here we have our results. Jan Russell, the undisputed winner. No places lost, no places gained. Sam Gaskel up 35 in second place, and Benjamin Voigt in third place, taking home that podium. 2 places gained from the start. And the rest of the GT3s all being classified. Samuel Hall gaining 51 places, I believe the biggest gainer of today. Started off in 80th place, all the way last, no time set. But 137 Aston Martin finishing in 29th. 2 DNFs, unfortunately. Modica finishing plus 13, and Bok in plus 34 after the first laps concluded. And there we have our GT4 results, with Spencer having the victory to his name, plus 12 positions. Haim plus 10 places in second place, and Meerman plus 15 in third place. Aston Martin and 2 McLarens finishing the podium. 7 cars within the lead lap. 18 GT4s in total. And for the M2s, 9 places up. There's Brenham up in first. Al Ramadan, 17 places up in second place. Van Rossum, 13 places up in class to take home P3 in the M2 class. So those are your podiums, your winners, and your participations of the 250,000 user special race here at Low Fuel Motorsport. That concludes all our Saturday activities and festivities. I've been Olaf, aka Bobs Racing. I have been your commentator for today. I hope to see you soon in any of the other events, and I especially hope to see you soon tomorrow's broadcast in the another 80 minutes of Spa in Automobilista 2, covered by John, one of our very special commentators, who is always going to do a very special job. Very excited to see what he's going to bring tomorrow for the action. So thank you so much for joining us for the action today, and I hope to see you soon. Good night. Hell yeah. Good shit, mate. Thank you. Thank you so much. Yeah, that was hectic as hell. Holy. I didn't know where to look at some point. Holy hell. Yeah, I saw. Yeah, I saw the replays. Yeah, I saw. Yeah. No, I saw also the replays. Like if you go on with like longer, with like a lot of cars in replays, sometimes when you go into the replay, it cuts off like a second after the incident happens, even though it's supposed to cut off like 5 or 10 seconds after. So that's so annoying with so much data. It's the absolute worst. Yeah. So bad. Yeah. The only problem I had was that I didn't have any game audio. That's because you had the you're sharing the OBS output, which only has whatever monitors back to you, and the game doesn't monitor through OBS, so I couldn't hear the game. And I texted that like early on in the race, I believe. No, it's not a worry, not a worry. I just imagined it in my brain, and it worked. But I was like, if you see it, that's great. If you don't, oh fuck. But that's all right. That's all right. I think I got kind of